Okay, good evening everyone. I'm just going to wait until we get some subscribers coming on. Gonna mix up my green tea while we're waiting.
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Having some of my, what flavor we got? What flavor have I got today? Mocha. Having some mocha green tea. Right, I'm going to just share this out if I can, or can I? Let's see if I can share this out. Righty. Just waiting on a few people jumping on. Then we will get started. Hopefully this works. This is the first time I have done a live only with subscribers, so I'm hoping that this works. Do we have anybody here? Righty. Hello, Lucy. Lucy, could you do me a favor and put a notice in subscribers chat and the mods chat? Let them know I am live for those who have got subscriber. Cheers, my dears. Making up my green tea. Yay! Thanking you. Apparently you can't share this live out, probably because it's private. So I couldn't multitask and go live and invite everybody in. It won't let you share. I'm hoping it actually lets me save the recording though. Fingers crossed. Thanking you. If it doesn't save the recording, we may have to do comment only events, but we'll see how it goes. But I am hoping you will still be able to, well, I will still be able to download it afterwards and save it. Fingers crossed. I mean, there was a notice put on my TikTok page, so people should know. And on this one, hopefully if subscribers want to join me live, i.e. on camera, they can. I think. Let me see what settings we've got. Guests. Yep, we've got guests. Interact. Yeah, we do have guests. I don't know whether you want to join me on camera, because I could try inviting you if you wanted to join me on camera rather than type. You could talk. I got my cosy fluffy house coat on tonight. It's bloody freezing here in Scotland. Hello, live, laugh and love. Welcome. Yay. We have Lucy, live, laugh and love. Fantastic. Lucy's just notified all the other ones in the subscribers group, so we don't know how many is going to turn up, but we will see. I'm just shaking up my green tea. I was going to have a coffee and then I thought, no, I'm going to have a green tea. But to be fair, it's mocha flavour green tea, so we're all good. Oh yeah, you got the interview. I was just saying to Lucy, live, laugh, love, that if anyone wants to join me on camera during this event, they can. Just let me know and I will invite you. I don't know if Casey's joining us tonight, or Stephen or Janae. I know Tracy can't, because Tracy's not a TikTok subscriber, so Tracy can't get in. How is everybody doing? I've had a busy day today. We went shopping, bumped into my son in town, which was nice, and me and Malx went for dinner out. So I didn't even have to cook today, which is fantastic. I love a day off cooking. What about everybody else? What's everybody else been up to? And who started their Christmas shopping already? I haven't. I've not started yet. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better. You should get back on your green tea, girl. Does you the world of good. Love my green tea. Love, love, love my green tea. Oh, you started your green tea today. I've still got some of my Avera green tea left, so I thought, you know what, I'm going to use that up because it's the mocha flavour, so I do like my coffee, so I'll use that up and then I'll go on to the capsules and see how I do with the capsules. But yeah, Christmas is just round the corner, so I eat loads at Christmas, so I thought, well, if I get a little bit of a head start, do some damage limitation beforehand, then it will be good. Oh, I'm glad. Do you know what? I haven't done channeled readings, proper channeled readings. I know I channel during live readings and stuff, but proper channeling, like when you've got a smaller amount of people in the room, you can just channel messages and just shout out the messages and see if anyone can take it. So that's the channeled part of it. I'll give it a few more minutes and then we'll get started and as people join, they can get their readings too. What we'll do is we'll start with the card readings first. And by the time we've done sort of card readings, maybe more subscribers will join, and then we can do the channeling. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Also, what type of things would you like to see for Event Wednesdays? Because it's totally going to be different from the classes on a... I'm going to swap this camera. There we go. It's going to be totally different from classes on a Sunday. So we can have like meditations nights here. We can have, which we did last Wednesday was a meditation night. We can have karaoke nights, health and beauty nights. Lucy wants everything. Lucy wants everything. I'm going to have to do an actual non-subscriber live with karaoke because Malcolm's fantastic with the karaoke. Hello Jess, welcome. Yay, we have Jess in as well. At least I know the subscriber only chat is working. Hello, hello, hello. How is Jess today? I've got my fluffy house coat on over my t-shirt. We stay in a really cold stone bungalow, and in the winter even with the heating on it gets cold. So I like my fluffies. I like my fluffies. I do. Hello, Janae. Woohoo! Janae's in the building. Yay! Janae is here. Janae, are you working or anything tonight? It's just that if you're working, we're going to start with readings and then card readings, and then we're going to do channeled readings. But if you're working, we can do your card reading first. I know, right? Jess, where are you? Are you in the UK or are you here in Scotland? We were out today and the sun was out and it was all blue skies and everything, but it was bleeding cold. I know, it's exciting, right? Janae was on, bless her, she did a full shift with me yesterday on the live readings. And I have to, you know, hats off to poor Janae. She stuck with it right the way through. It was a busy live. Ah, cool. Janae, where are you from? I know Lucy's down south. Didn't it go great? We had some fantastic readings, and I have to say, Lucy, Janae has an amazing set of stiletto heels. She booted two folk from the live yesterday. She's like, oh, I muted two people that would have been a bit negative, and I went, go, go. Oh, bless. Ah, Utah, Nevada. Awesome. Yep, no negativity allowed. Do you know what? Since I kind of went really, really strict with the no negativity thing in my lives, the amount of people that jump in my DM box and say thank you for a peaceful live. We love your live because there's no drama, there's no people arguing or bickering or whatever. And I thought, no, not on my watch. I've got some amazing mods, and they have got like 12-inch heels that they can just whack. Have we seen that TikTok that's going around with President Putin? And they have a little head of Putin at the bottom, and along comes the person that's doing the video with a slipper and whacks him on the head with the slipper. I think that's hilarious. I'm so going to have to duet that. I am so going to have to duet that. Putin looks so much like my evil ex. Now you know why I want to duet that video. If there could be a clone of Putin, my ex would be that. Think of Putin, that was my ex. He was one nasty piece of work. So now you know why that TikTok that's going around, where the lady comes into the room and she sees the little Putin, the little Putin head sitting there, and she takes off her baffy. We call them baffies, but it's slippers. But she takes off her baffies and she just goes whack, and the head disappears. I just think that is hilarious. Jess, you are so right. Do you know what? My mum used to always say, it doesn't cost nothing to be nice. It absolutely doesn't. It costs nothing to be polite. Lucy, you're going to have to scroll through TikTok and find that TikTok. It'll be there's quite a few of them floating around. I need to find it so that I can duet it. We can all have a let's whack Putin on, but yeah. Okay, so while we're waiting to see if anybody else is going to join us, what we can do is we can start with some readings. So I'm going to do 3 card readings, not 2, 3 card full readings for everyone tonight because you are my subscribers. So I'm going to let you know what cards I've got so that you can choose what card that you have. So I'm going to do, I was thinking doing 2 main cards, which is a 2 tarot, and then you can choose your 3rd one from the oracle. How does that sound? Isn't it just? Oh, Jess, if you saw a photo of my ex, you would, and I did not tell you that that was my ex, you would say it was Putin. Right down to the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and the bald head. It's Putin, let me tell you. Honestly, he's got a bloody twin brother, and I had to marry him. And I had to put up with him for 30 years. Crazy. Yep. So if you ever see, if you ever see a guy that looks like Putin, ladies, do not marry him. They talk the talk, but they can't do the walk. Oh, I love it. Okay, so the main card I'm going to use it will be the Old Faithful because that's a tarot. And then, in fact, I'm just going to give you a choice because you can either have 2 main and 1 oracle, or you can have 1 Old Faithful and 2 oracles. It's entirely up to yourself. The oracles are the unicorns and the angels. So, no fighting, ladies, but who would like to go first? Oh my God, Lucy, no way. That's worse than Putin. Oh my God, Boris Johnson. How scary is that? So that means, technically that means Putin's got a twin and Boris Johnson's got a twin. Now that's scary. I know, right? All right. Let's do Janae first. How's that? We'll go for Janae. So Janae, what cards would you like, and how many of each? Oh, do you know what? Yeah, let's do Lucy. You can be cheeky all you want. Yeah, let's do right, okay, we'll do Lucy and then we'll do Janae. How's that? Oh my goodness, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Do you know what? Send a photo of him in the subscribers group on Facebook so that we can all have a good look at him. I'll see if I've got an old one of my ex and I'll send my ex in there. That'll scare the crappies out of all of you, let me tell you. Okay, Lucy, what cards would you like then? We'll start with Lucy, then we'll do Janae, and then Jess and Live, Laugh, Love can go after that one. Yay! And Jess, of course. So Lucy, how many cards of each would you like? You can have 2 faithful and 1 oracle, or you can have 2 oracles and 1 old faithful. I knew you were going to say that. Which, right, one angel and 2 old faithfuls it is. Let's get the 2 old faithfuls first because they are your main cards, and then we'll do the angel cards. Then we'll do the angel cards. So what's everybody's thought about a karaoke night? Who's up for a karaoke night? We could make it like a main live. My partner does a main karaoke, and we can do like karaoke music request night one night. For all of us that are music lovers, we can just do like a night where we can just shout out requests, we can do karaoke's. Does anyone want to join me on camera? Jess, Janae, Lucy, Live, Laugh, Love, if any of you want to join me on camera, because it is a private event, so if you'd like me to, if anyone wants to join me on camera, they are more than welcome. Thank you. No problem. Okay, let's shake these cards and see what happens. What comes up, and of course, as I'm shaking these, of course, your Nan has to come into the building, just letting you know she's arrived. Lucy, did your Nan have a woolly hat, by the way? For the winter. She's got this right woolly hat on her head. Did she wear a woolly hat? She has. She's got like this, I don't know if it's like woolly and fluffy, but it looks like woolly fluffy We call them beanies up here sometimes. We call them like the little beanies. But it's like, she must be coming in for the season. Alright, well that's probably what it is then. Because I see her with this, like, I don't know what you call them down there, but they're kind of like the knitted hats that have the little rims round them. We call them beanies up here. Little beanies. Oh, quite right. Well, we had sunshine today, but it was cold. Right cold day today. It's like one of those frosty and foggy as well. Especially when the sun started going down, we had like Scotch mist. It was like pea soup. I think it was because of the sunny day, it gets foggy. Your nan is telling you to stop worrying. It's going to be fine. She says, will you let Lucy know? Stop worrying. It's going to be fine. Oh, you've had fog as well. There was a little bit of fog early this morning, then I think the sun must have burnt off the fog and then it cleared up, but then when the sun went away, we got the fog back. It's supposed to be cloudy tomorrow, I think, but dry, and then Friday, the rain's supposed to come back on Friday. Okay. So Lucy, your nan, it looks like your nan is spot on, by the way, just going by the cards that you have got. Big changes coming as far as career goes. So I'll let you see your cards that you've got first. First card, Six of Wands. Right, so the first card you've got is a Six of Wands. The second card, Seven of Wands. 6 and 7. How crazy is that? 6 and 7 came out together. And you are profoundly clairvoyant is your angel card. That is crazy that 6 and 7 came out together. Well, obviously these cards are letting you know there's nothing to fear. In a full reading, with the 3 cards, the 3 cards can represent different things. So the 3 cards can initially mean the first card can be sort of your past going into your present. The second card could be your present. And the third card could also be your future. But they can also be that as well. They can be combined so that the first card tells you a little bit about your personality, just like we do in our full booked readings. And also, if you're looking for a time scale or a rough time scale, because Spirit have different time scales according, apart from us, you would say December, January and February. So it's going to take, these 3 cards will take you from December, January and February. past, present and future, and a little bit about yourself. Isn't it spooky? So let's start with the Six of Wands. Career-minded, right? Which we already know, right? You put your heart and soul into anything or any task that you come up against. And we already know this from the past because any exams that you've always been a bit of a worrier about, you've passed, and not just passed, but you have smashed it. So going into this past, into the present, heading into the present, right? Travel for work, which is exactly the situation that you're getting an interview for tomorrow. Yes, there's more travel, but financially you'll be better off. So it's a positive card. The sixes are always positive. 2 3s are 6. So the interview will go well, right? You've done the groundwork for this. You've done the planning. You know, hello Demi. Welcome. We're just doing the 3 card readings for everyone. So everyone's going to get a 3 card reading. We're on Lucy's, so we've just started. Yay, Demi's in the building. So all the preparation that you've done to get you to this interview. Now, it wasn't so long ago you messaged me, right? And you turned around and said, I haven't heard anything about the interview, so I don't think I'm going to get it. What happened? I told you to stay positive. And now you've got the interview tomorrow. Which again, as your Nan is saying, you are doubting. Right? So if you're doubting it, again, your Nan says, well, you stop worrying. You've already done all the groundwork. You know it. You know it all, right? You've been doing the practicals for so long now. You could practically do it blindfolded. You've already sailed through all your exams that you're doing. So she's saying, think about the exams. The exams were a lot more difficult than what you're going to face tomorrow. So you've got this. You just need to tell yourself, this job is mine, it's going to be successful, I'm the right person for the job because I know the stuff. Yeah, no imposters, right? There's no imposters on this shift, right? You are going to get this. Imposter syndrome or not, right? The only imposter your Nan is saying is your self-doubt, right? Stop worrying. You've got this, right? The fact that the horse is going to be traveling is going to tell you. And look at the ones in the past. Right? They are making way. They're not standing upright like these ones. They are making way for changes. Right? There's a slight gap between the past, the present, and the future because of these changes. Right? Obviously, you've got to go through the interview process. Then you've got to wait for whether you've got it or not, which you have. And then, of course, going into the future, the ones are upright. It's a win-win situation for you. You just need to have a little bit more faith in yourself. So that is a positive card. Going on to number 7, which is 7. Again, the 6s, the 2 3s, and the 7 after it. It's all positive numbers. The 7 of Wands. new beginnings in career after setting foundations, right? So there's a learning curve still ahead of you. There's still a lot to go to get to where you want to be, because you're hoping to reach obviously higher levels within your job. But at the same time, you're not afraid of hard work. You're not afraid of putting in the extra effort to get to where you are. You are focused on what you want, where you want to go. So going from the past into the present and the future, there is no doubt in the cards that you will get this new position, because I'm getting new learning, new opportunities, and also you'll have new colleagues as well, so there's going to be a new circle of people around you as well. Welcome back, Jenny. Doesn't it make sense? Yeah. So when you go from the past into that present, and she's holding the wand to say, okay, I made it past the starting grid. I laid the foundations. She's looking at the wand with a slight uncertainty, but that's because she's in new territory, new terrain. This is a new job, new opportunities, a new circle of people. Anybody going into a new job knows how nerve-wracking that can be, because we ask ourselves so many questions, right? Am I going to get on with the bosses? Am I going to get on with my colleagues? Am I going to like this job? Is this move the right job? We always ask all these questions when we go to something new, whether it's a job. Look how long it took me to go on TikTok. Tracy was at me for months to go on to TikTok. No, not me. I'm too old for TikTok. Me go on TikTok, me take my readings onto TikTok. No way. But here I am 3 months later doing TikTok. And I love it, I have to say. So I'm glad that Tracy gave me that little bit of a push to do my TikTok rather than Facebook, because let's face it, Facebook is kind of going downhill. But on saying that, a lot of people will say to me, oh, your profile page on Facebook is closed. Are you coming off Facebook? No, I'm not coming off Facebook. I'm just not posting about like my personal stuff on Facebook. There's way too many trolls on Facebook, especially from my ex's point of view. So I decided to close my profile page, but just run the Mystic Witch page, my subscription group, and my music groups. There you go. See, you have got backup all the way, right? You've got backup all the way. This is a win-win, absolute win-win situation for you. You've put in the effort, you've put in the groundwork. There is no doubt in my mind. And that's why your Nan is saying, stop worrying. You've got Mr. Chauffeur, the gentleman that he tips his hat to me every time he comes in. The little chauffeur, I call him the little chauffeur. And he's thumbs up. So not only have you got your Nan cheering you on, you've also got the chauffeur cheering you on as well. Right? And your Nan, going on to your third card, your Nan is giving away a future secret. Naughty, naughty Nan. She says she doesn't need to tell you any more about your personal life because you already know what's going to be happening. But she says the career will come and then the family unit will come later. Alright? But she's also talking about the future. Yep, Nan and Dad together. You are profoundly clairvoyant. So this is telling you, trust what you see in your mind's eye, as well as with your physical sight. Your spiritually vision helps you with healing, teaching, and guidance. Your future is on the spiritual path. You've been here before, you've done that before in past life, etc. And the reason why I'm saying that your Nan is letting a little bit of a future secret out as far as you yourself goes is that I'm hoping by spring, summer next year to be reopening my Witches Coven on Facebook. So I'll be running the subscribers group on Facebook, but I'll also be running my Witches Coven on there as well. So I'm hoping to set that up in the spring, summer of 2023. It was channeled a few days ago. I always channel with my ancestors and ask what, okay, I've got my subscribers going on TikTok, which was one of my goals, so that I can help more people. But I love teaching. I absolutely love teaching, which is why I'm excited about the Subscriber Sunday classes. And that's when I was told it's not just a subscriber spiritual development class that I'll be running. I'll be back to running my own coven as well, which I am super excited about. It's a bit nervy doing the coven thing again, but yeah, I will be running the coven. So I've got a funny feeling as soon as the coven doors open, I think you're going to be the first one through the door. So yeah, she kind of let that one out the bag because I haven't announced it yet. I want to get everything prepared first and foremost, and within that Witches Coven, I will be teaching Reiki 1, 2, and 3. So I'm excited for that. But yeah. Isn't it exciting? So, for anyone following the Witch's Path, they can not only do the subscriber side of the teaching classes on a Sunday, but if they were pagan or they were just interested in following the Witch's Path, they also have the option of joining the coven as well. I knew you were going to say that. Doesn't it? Yeah, it does. It sounds a bit scary from when my ancestors were basically showing me that this was my next step. And I'm like, oh wait a minute, I'm already doing my classes on a Sunday with my subscribers. And fitting in a coven as well. And she said, well, the world needs healing. And you know what? They're right. The world needs healing. So, what better way of introducing more healers to the world than reopening the coven? Obviously, not everyone will get in the coven because I will be doing a questionnaire. I did a coven many years ago, quite a few years ago. In fact, I'm sure, were you not in one of my covens as well, Lucy? We did a coven initially on Facebook, and I was still having a lot of trouble with my ex and his family trying to troll my Facebook and stuff. And they sent in quite a few trolls to join the coven, and they answered all the right questions to get into the coven, but they underestimated my ability to read them while they were in the coven. And they initially got a 3-month trial in the coven. And the trolls were soon found out and booted out of the coven. But we decided to close the coven because it just left a lot of negativity. And I had decided back then that I would look at a later date and start it up again. But obviously it won't have any of my ex's trolls on, and everyone will be sort of really vetted, because they would need to want to follow the traditional witchcraft. There's a lot of Wicca just now in the world, which traditional witch is called Christian witch. And the reason we call Wicca Christian witches is because they have combined traditional witchcraft with Bible teachings. Where in traditional witchcraft we have a journal called a grimoire, in Wicca it's called the Book of Shadows. And where we have specific spiritual laws, then if you look at the Wiccan Creed and you read the Wiccan Creed, then you read the Ten Commandments from the Bible, very similar. But yet the Bible teaching has totally different meanings from the old ancient path, the traditional witch. And we've had so many new sort of branches over the centuries, over the years from traditional witchcraft. We've had Wicca. We're now getting phases like eclectic witch, green witch, black witch, white witch, hedge witch. And I'm looking at all of these different paths, or I call them off paths, you know, and I'm like, I don't get it, because, you know, it's kind of like taking traditional witchcraft, a little bit of Wicca, a little bit of herbery, a little bit of magic, and throwing it into different things, and separating black magic and white magic, whereas really traditional witchcraft, it works purely with white magic, but it does not exclude black magic, because if a witch is getting attacked, she has to defend herself with whatever means and energies that she can. A lot of Wiccans are quite haberdashery with curses and hexes. Traditional witches are very reluctant to use curses or hexes. One, because they come with a high price tag. Hello, Casey. We're just doing Lucy's card reading. Everybody's going to get a 3 card reading tonight, and then we're going to do some channeling. Yay! Lovely to see so many people coming in. So, yeah, your Nan in spirit has kind of leaked that one out. So, I'm looking forward to that. So it means that, thanks to my lovely ancestors springing that one on me, looks like I'm going to have to spend January, February, sort of March time getting the lessons up to scratch, getting the Reiki material that I need, getting the numbers that I need for joining the coven, the applications, all of that. So it's going to be a busy time. Yeah, we've got loads of people in now. We've got Demi, we've got Live, Laugh, Love, we've got Jess, Janae, Casey. Who else have we got in? We've got everyone. So yeah. So the bit that you kind of missed, Casey, was in Lucy's reading is Lucy's nan just gave one of my secrets away, is that in the spring, summer, I'm hoping to reopen my teaching coven, as well as still having the spiritual development class. They are totally two different classes. The Sunday classes that we're going to have here on TikTok are more getting into spiritual things like reading cards, scrying, grounding, working with crystals, all of that. Whereas the coven is going to cover a little bit of that, but it's also going to be covering natural healing, connecting with ancestors, opening, closing circles, writing grimoires, witches' codes. There's so much to it. So yeah, lots happening in the future. But it looks like with Lucy's card, Lucy and I have, Lucy found out pretty early on in our friendship the reason why she was drawn to myself. And it was because we shared a past life together. And she was initially in my past life coven. So yeah, that's why she was kind of drawn to. In fact, she probably can't remember how she met me, or can you, Lucy? And that's a funny thing. Most people, when they come in, when they seem to come and stumble across me, and then they join my classes, or they join my TikTok, or they join my subscribers. And then 3 months later, and I'll say to them, "Oh, can you remember when we met?" No, I can't. I'm trying to remember how I met you, and I can't. It's like that gets wiped out. So I don't know if Lucy, can you remember the first time we met? I'm just curious, because you've known me a while now. I'm putting Lucy on the spot now. She's like, oh my God. Yeah, it most likely was through a mutual friend. And that's the thing. A lot of people, and they all seem to say the same thing. It's like, I came across you when I most needed a teacher, or I came across you when I was looking for answers, or I came across you and there was just something about you that drew me. And I always tell people, no matter what path they are on, if you get to a stage in your life that you are looking for a mentor, you are looking for a teacher, the teacher will appear. A lot of people think that they are the ones searching for a teacher. It's not. When the time's right, the teacher appears. Just by me doing my thing, I go when I'm called. Facebook was my starting point, Facebook and Instagram. And when that started fading away, I thought I was going to have to give up my teaching, my readings, everything on Facebook. Luckily, my friend Tracy pushed me to do the TikTok. And I'm so glad I did. So, even myself, even I am evolving as we go on. And that's the thing, we have to move forward. We have to keep on evolving. And I kind of go where the teaching goes, if that makes sense. So when Facebook started dying, along with the students, I moved on. And that's kind of how I've been doing that all my life, kind of moving on from place to place to place. And I usually follow my intuition and go where I'm called to go. So, of course, when my ancestors threw it on me the other day that, yeah, you're going to be opening, you need to reopen your coven next year. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to argue, but that just means a lot of paperwork and preparation beforehand, but I'm good with that. I'm also going to be doing my crafting again, so I'm excited for that. Yes, it was. It was. And you know, even in this lifetime, I ended up near a big forest. I love the woods. The woods is my home. And we are so fortunate. And I know Lucy, one of Lucy's plans is to come up to Scotland to meet me in person. And I do see that happening at some point. And the first place I'm going to take her is into the woods. It's a large forest, and it's like 7 miles in all directions, and it's full of waterfalls, streams, and it has ancient walls, has wildlife. It is just a really, really tranquil, peaceful place. Hello, Stephen. Welcome. So, just a recap of your reading, Lucy. Past into the present, you will be travelling for a new position, right? We know that you've got that interview tomorrow. We know that you've had doubts about that. But looking from the past into the present and going forward into the present, you've left the old job behind. You're learning new skills, meeting new people, and you have a lot more work to do to get to where you want to be. Promotion is on the cards, but that's way, way, way in the future. Also part of your future is to combine your work life with your spiritual path, because it's letting you know you have healing abilities, you have clairvoyant abilities, and you have lots of other spiritual abilities. The healing path is definitely on the cards for you as well. Clairvoyance go hand in hand with the healing path, which then also brings it into the coven later on, because we all know that you've always been drawn to the traditional witch's path. So it makes sense that along with your successful career, you're also going to be following in my footsteps. Along with that, there is going to be family, but your nan is saying don't push the family one just yet, right? Don't put too many baskets in too many eggs in your basket at one time, right at this moment. One thing at a time. Get this job in the bag. Get settled in this job, get settled in your new career, and then the family, the wedding bells, and all the rest of it will come naturally in its course. They do, don't they? I know, exciting. I know your nan is saying she knows that you want everything all at once. But she says if you put too many eggs in one basket, sure as fate, one of them's going to break. So concentrate and focus on getting this interview, nailing it, which you will. And then settling down into your new position. And you'll find that the home life will take care of itself. Right? You're in a strong, loving relationship. That is not going to change. And when you are both in a secure career, the home life just fits in snugly, right? And that will come next. So you've got this. So when you go into that interview tomorrow, tell yourself that job's mine. It's got my name on it. It's got my name all over it. Right? And in the interview, don't let them tell you about the job. You tell them about the job. Because you know this. You've got this, your nan says. Right? You've been doing the practical stuff already. So you know this. You know the ins and outs of it. So go in and tell them. Let them see that you know your stuff and you're the best girl for the job. It's the best plan ever. You know, I always say, if you're going into an interview, don't let them tell you what they're looking for in a job. You tell them what you can give them. You can show them what you can do. This is what I do on a day-to-day basis. This is the knowledge that I have. This is where I'm going to be in the future. And I would like you to give me the opportunity, if I can, you know, I'm hoping that you will give me the opportunity to prove my worth. When you go in with an attitude that the reason I'm applying for this is because I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that I can do this job better than most people can. And the job's yours. Think positive. Definitely, Jess, go get it. And when you do, come back and tell us, because we'll all have a party. We'll have a karaoke music night to celebrate Lucy's new job. That sounds fun. We could all come in like fancy dress Christmas costumes. That would be fun. I can get little reindeers. Yeah, focus on getting that job. That job has got your name on it. Okay, so who's next for the reading? Who would like to go next? Janae? Jess? Casey? Stephen? Demi? Yay! Yeah, that's a great opening song. Ain't no mountain high enough. Okay, Jenny, would you like to go before or after Jess? We'll do Jenny and Jess, and then we'll go from there. Jenny, I'm gonna let Jenny decide. Okay. Jess, what cards would you like for your main card? Get 2 main cards and one after. So you can have these ones for main, and the oracles. You could have two of the main ones might be these. 2 of the main ones might be one of the oracle cards. What would you like? So we've got the Old Faithfuls, the Unicorns, and the Angels tonight. The same as Lucy. Okay. Hopefully not the same cards as Lucy. Let's go for the 2 Old Faithfuls for the main and an oracle one. Although technically the main ones can be anything you like. You could have one, you know, you could do all three if you wanted. It's entirely up to, you know, you could say, oh well, just one of each, because there are three cards. So, but the first two cards that I pick would be your main ones. That would be like your past and your present, and then into your future. But the future one is also like an advisory as well. So it doesn't really matter which ones you want to choose. Oh, thank you for the gift, Stephen. Two Old Faithful and one Angel. Okay, let's do that. You don't have to send gifts if you don't want to, folks. This is subscriber only chat, but thank you anyway for the gifts. Alrighty. I like having the subscriber only chat because it's nice and cozy. It's not so busy. I'm finding that every time I go live now, it just gets busier and busier. Poor Jenny was like run off her feet yesterday, trying to keep up with everybody. But it was good. I like a busy. When I first started doing the lives, hardly anybody came in, but I seem to get more and more and more people for some reason. So, which is good. I love helping as many people as I can. Alrighty. I guess it's my calling. Right, let's shuffle the angels. And we'll see where the angels take us. I do like the angel healing cards, I have to say. Lucy, your dad is going nowhere, by the way. He's just decided he's planking his backside down beside me. He's sitting on my right hand side. I think he's just making himself at home. Gotta love spirits sometimes. Thank you so much, Stephen, for the wishing bones. Okay, let's see what Jess has. Alrighty. Jess, you have got, for your first card, the 10 of Wands. One seems to be the popular one just now, but you've got the 10 of Wands. You also have the 7 of Cups. And for your angel, you have the fairies. We have a lot of spiritual people in here, let me tell you. Because Lucy's was the clairvoyant. You've got the fairies, which is amazing. So let's start with the 10 of Wands. A little bit about your personality first, going hand in hand with your 10 of Wands. Right, you're a little bit of a multitasker. If you can do more than one job at one time, just to get it done, to get it out of the way, that's what you'll do. But oftentimes, you get frustrated because if you take on too much and you don't get it all done in a certain time scale, you kind of kick yourself a little bit, and you know what I'm saying, I needed to get that done, but because I was multitasking, I didn't get everything done. Got most of it done, but not everything. And as far as work and career goes, including the home life, this card is letting you know taking on too much at one time might seem a great idea at the time. Especially if we're thinking, well, if I do all 3 or 4 things at once and together, I'll get all 3 things or 4 things done quicker. Where, in all honesty and all truth, what this card is letting you know, quite the reverse is often the case. Because it's taken us the same amount of time to do each thing, even though we're multitasking, something gets left out or gets left till last. So ultimately, it actually means that it takes longer to complete tasks than it would if we decided to do those tasks individually over a longer space of time, from priority to less priority, if that makes sense. So because this is also in your past as well as into sort of past present, because this is going to be a December card as well as your past. So from sort of next month, or this month now, because it's going to be December in the next hour. So as far as that goes, it's about change. It's about prioritizing, so that when 2024 comes in, you're dropping a lot of this and you're deciding to just instead of multitask, which is hard for you to do, one thing at a time, one step at a time, and making a list, what needs done first and what can wait till tomorrow or the next day. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. And this is the thing, you know, and a lot of people don't realize that until they actually start multitasking. And then they realize that and they think, I've just wasted like a whole day getting very little done because I'm trying to do everything at once. And I was guilty of that many years ago as well. Trying to do my work, trying to fit home life in, trying to do my spiritual stuff, and it just wasn't. It wasn't working. I was burning the candle at both ends. So now I kind of take one day at a time, and I get up in the morning and I do my schedule. I used to do my schedules weekly, and I used to say, right, Monday I'm going to do this, Tuesday I'm going to do that, and Wednesday I'm going to do this live, and I'm going to do my readings and my healing in between times. But what I found was, when you're doing a weekly schedule, anything can happen, right? Because you think, well, all right, I've got the whole day Monday, I've got a whole day Tuesday. And then something will happen within your personal life, like partners getting sick, or, you know, in my case, sometimes my partner just springs it on me, I'm taking you out for lunch because you don't have any bookings. And I'm like, well, okay, I've not got any bookings, but I was going to go live, but you know what, I can reschedule the live. So rather than rescheduling all the time, I had to then change what I was doing. And I now take things one day at a time. And I wake up in the morning, find out what my partner's wanting to do, and fit that around my live schedules, fit that around my teaching, fit that around my readings and my healing, as well as finding meditation for myself. And I'm finding it's a lot easier doing that. It also helps when I'm on my TikTok as well, lives, because all my viewers or all my followers know that every day they can come onto my profile, and there will be an announcement every day letting them know what I'm doing that day. Yesterday I knew I was going to be doing the live gift readings, but I also knew I was going to be doing this subscriber only, so I multitasked 2 into 1 because I knew that that was doable, because my evenings are usually where I can free up my time. So I did a 2 in 1. But would I now ever go past going back to a week? No. I would stick to a 1 or a 2 day in advance, letting everybody know where I am, what I'm going to be doing. It helps me, it helps my followers as well, and everybody knows where I am when I'm going to be there. More important, my partner knows where I am and what I'm going to be doing as well. So this is exactly what this card is asking you to do. You know, start reorganizing your day-to-day things, not days in advance or weeks in advance, but one day at a time. So every day, make a little list. Right, today I'm going to do A, B, C. I'm going to put D at the bottom, or D and E at the bottom, because if I don't get them done today, tomorrow they can go on to the top of the list. And when you're actually prioritizing that and you're doing things one step at a time, you actually get more done in less time. And you get it done without having to kick yourself all the time. Yeah, lists are great. Hello, Steph. Yay, Steph has joined us. Hello, hello. We're just on the readings. We're on to Jess's reading. But yeah, you know, when we multitask, we feel like we've done nothing. And most of the time it's because we think in our mindset we're multitasking. We're not. We're doing the main thing with a little bit here and a little bit there of the other things. And what we actually find is, because we're trying to fit in the other little things in between the main thing takes all day to do. Whereas if we had done the main thing first, then going on to the littler things, you'd get the main thing, a small thing, and another small thing fitted in with ease, because you're concentrating or you're focusing on one thing at a time. And you're not overburdening yourself. Right? You're not burning the candle at both ends. And then when you do that, you're like, I've done nothing. I should have done more, but I didn't do more. I tried to do more, but it didn't work out that way because I'm multitasking. So December is all about reorganization so that you're not overburdening yourself, if that makes sense. Yay, Steph. Now, I did say as well, if anyone wants, on our subscriber-only classes or events, if anyone wants to join me on camera, they can. That's entirely up to you. I know when I used to do the Facebook groups, Lady Niabi, who is on my Facebook subscriber, but she's not subscribed to TikTok yet, but she is on my Facebook group. But she used to, when I did my coven stuff, she used to join me on lives she says it saves me typing. I don't have to type if I'm on camera, I can just talk. So if anyone, just letting you know, that option's there for anyone that wants to join me live. Yay! I love it because I love doing these smaller groups because everybody gets to know everyone. So going into the 7 of Cups, lots of emotions here, but also lots of choices. Right, so you've got lots of choices here. So this is going into sort of the end of the year into January. right? January's the beginning of the year where most people like have a look at it's a time for New Year's resolutions. If people are, if you're into resolutions, etc. I always do my New Year's resolutions at Halloween because it's a witch's New Year. But most people think of January, the new year, setting out their year ahead, what they want to plan, which is where these choices come in. So you see the guy in the card holding up his cup, ready to decide what he's going to put in his cup. Is he going to be a healer, i.e. the snake? So is he going to maybe, he might just, the choices might be, well, I need to eat healthier. I need to make sure that, I want to lose weight for the new year. So that could be one of the choices that you've got. You might want a little bit of abundance where the rainbow comes in. So the rainbow is bringing you abundance in the new year. You might be in a sticky wicket or a difficult situation and you plan to get out of that, which is where the bird comes in. You might have had a rough year this year and you're looking for better days ahead, which is where the sun's coming in. You might want to work more on nature. You might want to work more outdoors, planting your own vegetables, planting your own flowers, growing your own garden, whatever the case may be. Again, caution is put on this card as well, because it's saying with the new year, you hopefully by the time the new year starts, you've done your lists. You've planned what you want to do and where you want to go for the beginning of the year. So once you've made your plan, you make your choices. Okay, these are all the choices. I know I'm not going to multitask, but I need to prioritize. So I need to hold out my cup and I need to say, okay, my health is first and foremost. So I'm going to concentrate on my health. And then after I've kind of reached that goal, I might want to go further in work and career. So I might choose the abundance for later on, once I've got the health, or work, health and abundance together. And then it might be, well, if I'm thinking about my health, I might be thinking about growing my own herbs, growing my own vegetables, growing my own food. Hello, Franny. Yay, Franny B's here. Oh, somebody got a gifter badge. Yay. Thank you for the butterflies, Franny. Yeah, exactly. All of the above. I knew you were going to say all of the above, right? Because this is where this card came into your path. It's like when you've got a routine going where you're a multitasker and somebody says you've got all these choices, the first thing in your mind is, I want them all. I want to do them all. So this is why this card came before that one, because it's saying, yes, you can have them all, but remember, start off a new routine before the new year so that you can have all of this. But do it one step at a time. Fill your cup with one thing, and then once that's empty, go back and have a refill. And then once that's empty, refill again. Which is why the guy's holding out his cup saying one thing at a time, but the only thing he has to think about is what comes first, i.e. the health, the abundance, a new job to help with the abundance, or do I just want to put 2022 behind me and start afresh and do positive affirmations so that every day is a sunny, happy day? It's keeping this list going into the new year so that you're not overburdening yourself, you're not making the mistakes that you did before. It's going to take your mindset a little bit of an adjustment to get out of the multitasking into the I can do this. But whatever you decide to do in the future is going to work out. And I have no doubt that part of that is going to be working outdoors, growing, cutting out emissions or chemicals, etc. Thinking more on the health grounds, because you're going to be working with the Fae. This is where the Fae comes in. So going on into the future, you have a strong bond with the fairies. And your life purpose involves helping Mother Nature. One way that we can help Mother Nature is by growing flowers that are going to help preserve bees, because they are fast declining. Growing our own botanical fruit and veg, so that we're not polluting our bodies with chemicals, etc. Getting outdoors more, walking in fresh air, whether it's the woods, whether it's along the beach or whatever. But spending time in nature, but also spending time for Jess. Because all work and hardly any play is not good for the health either. Does that make sense? I just feel that, am I right in thinking that in the past you've had a lot of losses as far as losing people to spirit? Because I'm being told that because of past losses, it's kind of, and when we do that, when we go through like a lot of losses in the past, family members or friends or whatever passing over, it brings forth a different mindset in itself, because we realize we're not immortal. We realize all of a sudden that the people, the friends, the family that we thought were going to be there forever are no longer here. They are, but they're in spirit. And then you kind of, when I look back on my family tree, especially with my mum, a lot of my relatives had cancer or leukemia. Some of them, had other ailments. Some of them had heart problems, etc. And the more that I lost to spirit, it made me think, I need to really pull myself together as well, and I really need to focus on my own health. I really need to cut down my chances of getting cancer or leukemia or whatever. And I need to be working healthy. So I decided to cut down on all my chemicals in foods. I would read labels more to find out what was in the foods. I found out as well, many years ago, that just because you pick up a packet of potatoes and it says organic potatoes freshly washed or already washed, yeah, the potatoes were organic. But one day I happened to have a look at the wrapper and it said washed with chlorine. Wow. Okay, organic potatoes covered in chemical chlorine to wash them. Suddenly, that wasn't such a healthy choice anymore. So I opted for non-washed potatoes that were organic, because a scrubbing brush and a bit of water can wash the potatoes the old-fashioned way. So it kind of makes sense that way. Oh wow! How amazing is that? So that that goes where you are working with the Fae, right? You've got the greenhouse. So there is nothing stopping you growing your own herbs, your own tomatoes, lettuce, cabbage. And in the garden you could have potatoes and swedes. Wow. Hello, Diane. Oh, lovely. Well, hopefully, Diane, I am hoping, Diane, that after this live, it will save so that I can put it onto the YouTube channel and the Facebook subscriber group. If anyone here is not on the Facebook subscriber group or not on Facebook, let me know, because or if you go on to my website on TikTok and you go to the Mystic Witch YouTube channel, I'm turning that into the subscriber channel, so that all the videos that I do, the Sunday classes, the Wednesday lives, are all going on to the Mystic Witch one, for those that aren't on Facebook. Okay, Live, Laugh, Love. If you go to my profile here on TikTok after this, click on my website, and if you pull it towards the left, all my links are on there. Make sure you subscribe to the Mystic Witch YouTube channel, because all of the private events from today are going on there. Hopefully I can save them. Fingers crossed. No, you don't have to click on subscription. Yeah, you don't have to. What you can do, I think, is just go onto the YouTube channel, the Mystic Witch YouTube channel, and it just got like subscribe, or not subscribe. Sorry. Is it subscribe? The one where it'll let you follow me on. I think it is a subscribe button. I'm sure it's a subscribe button you hit. Because when I see a good video or a good YouTube presenter, I usually hit the little bell or the subscribe, so that every time that person comes on to TikTok and makes a new video, I get the notification. That one. Isn't it just? Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Lemon tree. I love lemons. Lemon water. See, putting lemon in a glass of hot water first thing in the morning, it cleanses out your system. It really does. It just gets rid of all the gunk and all the junk, and sets your digestion up for the day. I love lemons. How awesome is that, a lemon tree? Wow. I love that. Yeah, definitely do that, Diane. Because all of, if you're not on Facebook, on the Facebook subscribers group, and you've already subscribed to my TikTok, hopefully I can download this video like I do with the open live ones, and I can then put it onto my TikTok, the Mystic Witch one. I do have the Lady Moonlight one, but what I'm going to do is the Lady Moonlight one will be for all my live readings, like my gift readings and open free readings, etc. My private subscriber ones are going to be on the Mystic Witch ones. It just keeps them separate so that you know where they all are. Bats and turtles. Wow. Turtles represent Turtle Island, as in the Native Americans represent seeing the turtle as like Turtle Island, which isn't an actual island, it's a spiritual place, almost like a spiritual realm that you go into with meditation. So turtles talk about incorporating meditation, etc. Bats is working with magic, whether it's light magic, whether it's white magic or dark magic, working with, you might be interested in spells, potions, herbal medicine, making your own herbal medicines. Bats can represent that. Yeah, this is where the multitasking comes into all things, even growing things. I did that. I had a bean plant and I was trying to grow my herbs and my bean plant and something else. And my bean plant was kind of struggling, so I was giving that more TLC and kind of neglected the herbs. I saved some of the herbs, but some of the herbs I didn't. So yeah, I had to do, I ended up doing a schedule for growing my herbs and stuff, so that on certain days and certain times I would do my herbs, or I'd do my bean plant, or I'd do my flowers, or I'd be doing whatever. Because it is so easy to lose crops or lose flowers if we multitask. There you go, that's what the bat and the turtle are all about. Yeah, I love growing things. See, when you actually start growing things from seed and you see them grow, there's no feeling like it. So going into the future, so I'm just going to recap on Jess's one. Jess's main message in tonight, going from the past, learning from the past mistakes, i.e. taking on too much, taking that on into the future by deciding to do goals one goal at a time rather than making the same mistake into the future. So making lists from this month onwards, that will then take you into the future where you can do one thing at a time and put that one thing at a time onto the lists. Combining your work with working in nature, helping Mother Earth by keeping things as natural as it can be or botanical as it can be, and again, not to multitask and lose half of the crops that you've already started to grow, kind of thing. It's all a learning curve, but if we learn from the past, we can take that into the future and into our outdoorsy life as well. I'm getting the name Janet in spirit, so I do not know if you have somebody in spirit called Janet. That was called Janet. There's a lady coming through and she just shouted, it's Janet. And she's even spelling it out, Janet, Janet. Good night, Diane. If you can't take Janet, then it's for somebody else in the room. Good night, Diane. Take care. All right. Steph, can you take a Janet then? Does this lady, Janet, in spirit relate to yourself, Jess? Because I'm definitely getting this Janet. Oh, she's not in spirit, but I can imagine someone shouting Janet. Okay, can I ask then, the Janet that is still alive, Steph, and she's saying, obviously there's a lady shouting Janet, right? And you're saying Janet is driving you nuts, right? Is Janet a friend or relation to yourself? All right. Can I ask then, is your mum's mum, i.e. is your gran that is connected to your mum in spirit? Because there's an elderly lady that was shouting Janet, and I'm just wondering if that could be your mother's mum or your mum's grandmother. This elderly lady is just coming forward and she keeps on shouting Janet. So I don't know if you have a grandmother who is obviously your mum's mum. All right, okay. Can I ask, has Janet been a little bit pushy? Does that make sense? Because this lady is saying she needs to back off a little bit. She needs to let people breathe. Does that make sense? She's like, Janet needs to just back off a little bit and let people breathe. She's saying her heart's in the right place and she's full of good intentions, but she needs to back off a little bit. Does that make sense? I'm glad you can take that because that's why she came through with the finger and she's shouting Janet, right? Hopefully I can share this and you can maybe show your mum it or whatever, but it's like, let her know she's gonna have to back off. She's gonna have to give people breathing space, right? Yes, her heart's in the right place. She wants the best for everybody, right? And she's kind of, it's almost like she's dictating what everybody should do, according to Janet. Does that make sense? And it's like, oh, you be good at this, or you be good at that, or I think you should do this, and I think you should do that, or I don't think you should do that, that kind of thing. And it's like she's doing it with a good heart, but is also doing it with a kind of smotherly. Does that make sense? She's kind of smothering. I'm glad that makes sense because she's saying she needs to back off, right? She needs to let she needs to let everybody else, in the family do their own thing. She might not agree with it and she won't like it, but she needs to let you breathe. And she needs to let the family kind of do their own thing, right? She needs to just give you space, right? And she says, you could tell her till the cows come home, look, this is how we're going to do, just let us do it our way kind of thing. She ain't going to listen. But she's saying, can you let her know that your great-grandmother is like putting her foot down and saying, Janet, back off a little bit. Thank you for the gifts, Janae. Yeah, and this is why your great-grandmother, i.e. your mum's gran, is coming through and saying, nah, I'm not having this. That's kind of the impression she's given me. She's like, nah, I'm not having this. I'm going to have to speak my mind. I'm going to have to say my piece. And as you said, even though it was your mum's gran, it was she was more like a mum to your she was more like a mum to your mum, as you said. And she was very matter of fact. She would just basically, this is what you're going to have to do kind of thing. And I feel she was the only one your mum listened to, right? Because she had that way with her. It's like what Gran says goes. No, there's no debate, there's no nothing. When Gran puts, when your mum's Gran put her foot down, she put her foot down. Everyone knew where she stood with this lady. And that's why at the end there of Jess's reading, this lady came through and said, shouted Janet, and the finger was going, and I'm like, who's Janet? Lovely lady, but I wouldn't like to cross her. Let's put it that way. Yeah, exactly. There you go. See? Well, that's why she's like putting her foot down. She says, let your mum know I'm putting my foot down. And enough is enough. If you won't listen to the rest of them, by God, you're going to listen to me. That was kind of how she was. And she says, no change here then, is what she's saying. This is just the way that she is. And this is how she's coming across tonight as well. She obviously saw you there and came running in and went, yeah, I'm going to have my say. She's been itching, absolutely itching to get her say, but obviously she couldn't connect with you or she couldn't connect with your mum. So poor Steph got it. Oh, bless, I love that. We're talking about Steph. Steph's great-grandmother. Just at the end of Jess's reading, Steph's great-grandmother came in and laid down the law, basically. Not for Jess, but for Steph's mum, sorry. She came in and shouted, it's Janet. And Jess couldn't take a Janet, but Steph certainly could. And then we've just discovered it's actually Steph's great-grandmother, who is a mum to her mum. Exactly, Jess. Do you know what? My great-grandmother, I never ever met her. She was an Irish gypsy witch. But she's been guiding me since the day I was born. And my great-grandmother's very much the same. It's like if she's telling you you're opening your coven next spring and summer, by God, I'm opening that. I'm opening my coven next spring and summer. Like I haven't got loads to do already, but I respect my ancestors. I do respect my great-grandmother. She keeps me right. She keeps me on my toes. But yeah, very nice lady, but I certainly wouldn't like to cross your nan, Steph. No, Franny's not a mod. Demi's not a mod. We've got a couple of mods in here, but we've got Franny B's definitely not a mod. Franny B's awesome. We love Franny B. She's so supportive of my lives, and Demi's just found me on TikTok. And yeah, Live, Laugh and Love isn't a mod either, so we have a mix. So yeah, it's lovely. I love that. I love that we've got new people coming in and I'm getting to know you all. It's just fantastic. Yep, we're all here. The gang's all here. I was never good at maths. Give me a herb, yeah, I can deal with herbs. Give me magic, I can deal with magic. Give me cards, give me scrying mirrors, dowsers, spirit boards, etc. Yeah, I can manage all that, but give me, ask me to do basic arithmetic. No, I was never good at maths either. Yep. Do you know, Jess, I think it was back in that was a generation back then, wasn't it, with grandmothers? If we're looking at great-grandmothers and we're looking at our lives now, right, we're talking about, my great-grandmother was in the 1800s. So she's gone way back. And yeah, women said what they, mums, grandmothers or whatever, they were not to be messed with. If my grandfather was the same. My grandfather used to terrify the jackies out of me because he never ever laid a finger on us. He didn't have to. He had a little bonnet and he had a cane, a wooden cane, by his chair beside a coal fire. And they lived basically, my grandmother's bath time, when we stayed with our gran, it was a tin bath in front of the fire. And she used to boil the water in the kettle or pot. She had pots and pots of water. She would boil the pots of water and fill this bath. It took ages to fill this bath. And if you've never had a bath in a tin bath before, you will never forget it. If you've ever had a tin bath, you don't forget it. Because even though the water is warm, the minute your backside hits the bottom of it, oh my God, it's like sitting on an ice rink. It is freezing. But yeah, that's my memories of my gran. And she had an outside toilet as well, which was fine in the summer, but in the winter you had to hover above it, otherwise you got frostbite on the backside. Not a good thing. Yeah, the tin bath. Yeah, honestly, when I stayed at my gran's, and it was all right in the summer, you didn't mind going out to the outside toilet in the summer, but in the winter it was like the baffies were on, a jumper, my dressing gown, and I'd be sitting like this, huddled up, and then I'd be hovering above the seat because if you didn't, you stuck to the seat, and yeah. We were brought up the tough way. Honestly, it was. It was just, yeah. We don't know we're living today, do we? We've got like hot water and nice cozy baths and showers and indoor toilets. Oh my gosh. But yeah. I mean, the guys were all right. They just stand wherever, don't they? They don't get frostbite. They just stand, do their business and walk away, But, yeah, for women it was like, we dreaded the outdoor toilet. They do. Oh wow! Do you know what? I love the fact that there are still houses like that have still got the outside toilet. There's a place that we went on holiday. We've been to York, and they've got places in York. But there are some places in England, and some of the shops have got outdoor toilets. And it is Chester. That's if you've ever in England, Chester. It's so beautiful. It's got the world's oldest clock in Chester. And you can walk round the outside of Chester. It has like walls all the way around it, and you can see the river and stuff. And all the shops are the same as they were centuries ago. It's all the white stone buildings with the wooden beams. Beautiful, beautiful places, Chester. We love it. We've been twice. Yeah, I love Chester. The old pubs, see, sitting in the pubs with the low beams and the low ceilings and stuff. Absolutely love it. And there's some quaint little antique shops there as well. We've been to Chester twice, and we absolutely love it. Oh, wow. Yep, Tudor times. Cobbled streets. Yep. But yeah, Chester's down south. But yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it. Love old buildings. York is one of my favourite places as well. The oldest building in York is actually a sandwich place now, and it's actually spelt Sandwiches, as in Wiches, and it's got a witch above the door, and it's got sandwiches. And we went there for lunch, and the building hasn't changed. It has the spiral wooden stairs going up to the top, or you could sit and eat downstairs. We went up the spiral staircase, and the waitresses were going up and down the old spiral staircase with trays and everything, whereas we were like taking our time, and I'm like, how do they do that? But they're just so used to it. But yeah, if you're ever in York, look for Sandwiches. It's the oldest building. I think it was built in the 1100 and something, 1161 or something like that. It is the oldest building in York, and it's just a little tiny shop, kind of like they have a cafe in it, but beautiful, beautiful place. It has, Janae, definitely. Definitely. Okay, so we've done Lucy and we've done Jess. Janae, would you like to get your reading now? In fact, let's get the readings organised. Let me put a little list. Right, done we've done Lucy. We've done Jess. We're going to do Jenny next. Who else have we got? Have we still got Stephen? Yep, Jenny. So Jenny's next. Who else have we got? We've got Demi. Demi, I'm going to put you after Janae, because you were here practically at the beginning. We've got Casey. We'll put Casey after Demi. Stephen, are you still here? Right, Stephen's gone. Steph. We've still got Steph. Right, have I missed anybody? So I'm going to go through the ones we haven't done. Janae, Demi, Casey, Steph. Anybody else I've missed? Oh, Live, Love, Laugh. Live, or is it, yeah, Live, Laugh, Love. Almost can't forget Live, Laugh. And Franny B. Here I go again, Franny B. We can't forget Franny B. Right, we'll do Franny B. Do you know what? Let's put Franny B before, we'll do Franny B after Demi, because poor Franny B's always left to the last. Right, so let me get this. Right, so we've got Janae, Demi, Franny B, Casey, Steph, Live, Laugh, Love. How does that sound? No, you're not going last. Not this time. I know they say keep the last till best, but no. Oh no, I'm sure she won't mind. All right, we'll do right. Okay, we'll change that then. We'll do right. Let me just rearrange this then. Right, Franny B's next, followed by Janae, followed by Demi, followed by Casey, Steph, and then Live, Laugh, Love. How does that sound? There, we're sorted. Steph, do you know what? You're right. Let's do the subscribers first. Right, which would work out anyway. That's a good idea. Right, let's have a look. So Franny B, and then we're gonna do Demi, and then we're gonna do Live, Love, Laugh. And then we're gonna do we'll do Steph and Casey. How's that? Steph and Casey. So now that we've got that, we've got Franny B, Demi, Live, Love, Laugh, Steph and Casey. Does that sound about right? Unless we get somebody else coming in. Yay, okay, right, we're all sorted. We have got a plan. We have got a list. We were just talking about that earlier on. We've got a list. And I'm kind of doing both now because I'm kind of doing the cards and a little bit of channeling. That way, because I've left my channel open, that way we're not sitting here like for forever and a day waiting for channeled messages. I'm just going to do both. Okay, so Franny B. you got 3 cards, and you can pick whatever cards you want in whatever order. Old Faithful, Angel card, and Magic Unicorns. So you can have one of each, you can have 2 of one and 1 of the other. You can have 1 of one and 2 of the other. Oh, Franny's in with the angel cards for all 3 angel cards. Okay, we'll do the all 3 angel. I'm loving my green tea. I've got the Avira green tea. I love it. It's nice and refreshing for when I'm doing my readings. Comes in little sachets like this, and you just add it to water. But it has different flavors. I've got the mocha flavor, so it's like having an iced coffee. Whoa! I got a swan. I love swans. I love swans. Thank you for the swan. Swans are one of my best animal friends. But we have a large nature reserve here in Fife, where I stay, and they have swans on the lake, or we call it a loch. And every time I go, they come up. And they bring their little cygnets, and they allow me to feed them and the cygnets. So I always take stuff. They won't let anyone else go near them. They won't even let my partner go near them. But every time I see a swan, they come. And the last time I went, my partner actually filmed them on my Lady Moonlight 65 Instagram. I've actually got a video where my partner filmed the swans because he could not believe it was the first time he saw me with swans, and he actually filmed it, and I've got it on my YouTube channel, the Lady Moonlight 65 YouTube channel, not YouTube channel, Instagram. It's on my Instagram on there, and the swans had just had their cygnets, and when I approached the loch, the mother swans were pushing the cygnets towards the bank to where I was. There were swans at the other side of the loch. My gosh, they were like half wading through the water and half flying to get to me. It was just an incredible sight. And every one of them, they didn't mind me feeding their babies, they didn't mind me feeding the adults. And then when my little snack bag was empty and we were started to walk round the loch, they actually followed me all the way around the loch. It was just, there was a whole line of all these swans and cygnets, and my partner had never seen anything like it. Hello, Retta. Yeah, so, yeah, swans. When I saw that swan floating across the screen, I'm like, oh my God, it's a swan. Okay, we're going to put Retta on the list as well. So Retta will go, where's Retta going to go? Retta will be after Live, Laugh, Love. We're just going through some of the readings. Everybody gets 3 card readings, and I'll also be doing channeled messages in between, Retta. So welcome. Okay. So we're just doing Franny B's just now, but yeah. And Franny B sent me a beautiful swan as a gift, and it just, I'm like, oh my God, I love swans. Or should I say swans love me, but or either or. But yeah, I do. Me and swans just, we just go. But as soon as my partner went near, they were kind of like hissing and flapping their wings as if to say, no, 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 we'll tolerate Lady Moonlight, but don't come near us. So he stood back and he did all the filming for my Instagram. So yeah, I've got Lady Moonlight 65 on Instagram, and if you scroll down my videos on there, you'll actually see me feeding the swans, but you'll also see the swans walking along the riverbank or walking along the loch alongside me. I'm so glad he filmed it because it's one of my favourite videos, and it's still to this day on my Lady Moonlight 65 Instagram. But I do love, I've got a strong connection with swans. Thank you for the roses. Oh, I love the garland headsets as well. Thank you, Janae. Love headsets. Wow, we have some lovely angel cards for you, Franny. First one is crystals. So that is talking about you, kind of your personality, and also into like it's your past going into your present. Release is your present one going into the future. And then we've got heal away addictions is from the present going into the new year kind of thing. Each card, the cards have different meanings. The first card tells you a little bit about your personality as well as your past. Second is your present. Third is your future. And if you're looking for a specific or rough time scale, your first card is December, second card may represent January, and your third card February. So you're basically, with the three cards, you're also getting like past, present, future, but you're getting a 3-month reading into the bargain. Thank you for the roses. So let's start with crystals. This is letting me know you love crystals. You love the energies from crystals or anything bright and sparkly, right? Anything that carries energies, anything that is natural, anything that is healing, that kind of thing fascinates you. And that is why you've got the crystals card in the past, and also telling me a little bit about yourself as well. The energy of crystals supports you and helps you with your present situation. So crystals can ground us, they can heal us, they can take away stress. We can put certain crystals into water to energize our drinks. We can use crystals to ward off negativity. We can use crystals to clear our chakras. Crystals have a multitude of uses. And I feel that in the past, maybe leading into a little bit of the future, there may have been a lot of stress around you. People bringing stress to you rather than you bringing stress to yourself, if that makes sense. And a lot of people forget that they can use crystals to help with stress. Just simply, carrying crystals around with you, certain crystals, such as, amethyst is a great one for healing. Any red crystal is fantastic for getting rid of stress. We hold a lot of stress in our root chakra. Also having sort of crystals that go with your chakras, such as, in fact, I've got my little chakra crystals here. Let me just show you, because they're always on my little table here. So starting at the crown chakra, clear quartz crystal. Any white clear crystal can be used for clearing your crown chakra. So you could just hold it to the crown chakra to clear your crown. You could also use little spheres. I've got tumble stones, and I've also got these little tiny spheres that clear the chakras as well. So going with the little spheres that we've got, let's go with the feet, because you can see them better than the smaller stones. So third eye, amethyst. Amethyst crystal for the third eye. And then going on to the throat chakra. Good one for the throat chakra is lapsuli, blue lapsuli for the throat. So if we're afraid to speak our truth, we can just put a little bit of lapsuli, just hold it to the throat. Or you can just hold it in your hand. It's still gonna, left hand, it's still gonna get to the throat chakra. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah. So, you know, crystals can work with that. The heart is always green. Any jade crystal will work with the heart. And then if you go on to the sacral. If you go on to the solar plexus, any yellow crystal, such like this one. If I was going to use a tumblestone, either one of these crystals, yellow, will, or you know, more of a yellow or a yellowy creamy coloured crystal, that can work with the solar plexus. Any orange crystal, you know, any orange crystal, like these are my little orange crystals that I use for the sacral chakra. And then of course you've got the red. Red could be jade, it could be ruby, it could be jasper, it could be any red crystal for the root chakra. So if we feel that one or more chakra is unaligned, work with crystals. And the fact that you love natural things, crystals comes into that. Crystals, labyrinth stones, selenite, towers, that kind of thing. Crystal wands, etc. All of that. And that is a good path to be on, and crystals is a good tool to use for stress. Isn't it beautiful? I love crystals. I have a big huge chunk of amethyst, which I'll show you at the end, that I just sit when I'm doing self-healing. I'll just sit and just put my hands on this huge block of amethyst that my partner bought me. I just about died when he told me how much he paid for it. I actually got that last December, so it's almost a year old. This crystal, I've just had it about a year. But yeah, don't stop working with crystals, because it's going to help with this situation, right? It's going to help with the stressful situation that you're in. It's also going to help with any health issues that you or your family are going, because somebody is telling me health. Either you are worried about your health, or there's worry about somebody's health around you. Does that make sense? There's also somebody in spirit that passed over, and that there was something wrong with their throat. Because I'm trying to find out if it's male or female, because I'm just take care of your health. I keep getting take care of your health. Ah, right. So can you place this? I feel it's a lady. She had something wrong with her throat. She had something. It was like she found difficulty swallowing. All right. So is your mum in spirit? Because this is definitely a female, and she's saying she had a little bit difficulty swallowing. She could still eat, but it was a bit of a struggle. Thank you for that, because your mum is letting you know she doesn't have that anymore. She can, her throat is absolutely fine now. But the reason that she came through to and said it was to do with her throat was just so that you could connect with her. Does that make sense? It's like, well, if I tell her about my throat, she'll connect. Well, your mum is there and she's sending you love. She's heard you mention your uncle, and she says, yeah, your uncle's there too. And she says, we're all here. Does that make sense? She says, please to let you know that they are all there, right? Your uncle and everybody else that passed over. But your mum wanted to let you know. I don't know whether you've been thinking about your mum lately, and whether you've wondered whether your mum still had that issue with her throat. But she wanted to let you know she's absolutely okay. And she's always with you. She's always sending you love. She's sending you big hugs. But she's also sending you healing. And it's your mum that's saying use the crystals. Use the crystals for your healing. They're going to help massively. Well, she's heard your thoughts, all right? And this is why she's came through, and this is why she's picked the cards for you, all right? She says you need to cut out worrying, right? You're a little bit of a worrier, and you always think the worst, right? In any given situation, she's like, if there's something to worry about, and it's only a little molehill, Fran will make a mountain of this molehill until she gets past this little molehill, and then it's forgotten about. But she's saying you need to not worry too much about health. But she says just making sure that you're working with the crystals, working with natural stuff is going to help your oh, wow. Oh, bless her heart. Well, she certainly can see now, and that's maybe why she says she's watching over all of you. Because she's saying the emphasis is on was, right? But she's saying I can see. She's making up for lost time, because she says I can see. She wants you to know that, where she couldn't see as much on the earth, she can see. And she's sending healing where it is needed. Oh, wow. How amazing is that? Do you know what? I love that. Because despite your mum and dad's disability, they still went on to have 8 children. I absolutely love that, because my mum was, she wasn't blind or anything, Neither was my father. But when I was growing up, my mum said to me, one of the things that she said was, I think she was a little bit embarrassed that she had a daughter who was blind, whereas my dad loved the bones off me. He respected the fact that, he always said it doesn't matter whether you're blind or not. There's nothing that you can't do if you put your heart and soul into it. And he was my best friend up until he passed away. And then when he passed away, my mum and I started getting a little bit closer because she realized that she could tap into my gifts to be able to communicate with my dad. So we did get closer in the end, but when I was due to get married, she would ask the doctors, what about if my daughter wants to be a mum? What's the chances of her children being blind? Which I thought was awful. She's, I was sat in the room with her and this doctor, and I'm sitting there going, do I not have a say in this? And the doctor said, you know what, it's up to her, but there's a 50-50 chance that her children will be blind or deaf or disabled in some way. So my mum kept on saying, don't have any children. If you want children, adopt them, foster them, because there'll be normal children. And that enraged me because, because you kind of then think, so what are you saying? Am I abnormal then because I'm registered blind? And for years that really, really got to me. And I dug my heels in and I thought, no, I am going to be a mom. And I remember telling my mum I was expecting my daughter at the time, and the look of horror on her face. However, when my daughter was born, it was a different kettle of fish. My mum couldn't be more helpful. But and my daughter was absolutely fine. And then I went on to have my son who had autism. And my dad was more for my son, but my mother was more for my daughter because my mum kind of had this image of perfect children and not so perfect. I have a brother who was born with a scar on his brain and had epilepsy, has epilepsy all his life. So my sister got priority over me and my brother. And she still loved us just as much, but it was like we were kind of the black sheep of the family. And although my son's autistic, I never ever wanted my son to feel like that. So I tell my son every day, there's nothing that you can't do. So I love the fact that despite the fact that both parents were blind, they still went on and had 8 children. That just blows my mind. And it just goes to show, it doesn't matter what disability we have. I use my disability because, so what, I don't have a lot of physical vision. If I struggle with my physical vision now, my partner is my eyes, and I love that. But my spiritual vision is acute. I can connect, I've always been able to connect spirit, and they say that when you lose one sense, you gain another, and my hearing is acute. So I'm able to see spirit, hear spirit, and sense spirit, and I absolutely love that. Had I not been blind, I probably wouldn't have those gifts, and I probably wouldn't be here sitting channeling and reading cards. So I absolutely love that story, and this is why your mum is letting you know she can see. So it's a whole new ball game for your mum in spirit because she can see. Thank you for the likes, Franny. Yeah, and it's absolutely amazing. And she, I'm so glad you shared that with us because it just shows that even if you're blind, you can still do things that other people can't. Society think now, oh, she's blind, she can't do nothing. Right? No, I may be blind, but do you know what? there's so many other advantages. I'm a mom, I'm a grandmother, even though I don't see my grandchildren, but I'm still a mom and I'm still a grandmother. And I still have a healthy relationship now with a wonderful partner after 50 years of hell. But there's nothing, if I want to do something, I will do it, and I'll find a way of doing it. I might be a different way of doing it, but I always find a way of doing it. Somebody once said to me, my ex used to say to me, you'll never start your own reading and healing business because you're blind. Watch me, was what was in my head at the time. I met my partner 8.5 years ago, and I said, one thing that I do want to do is get back to my readings, because 30 years of not doing them was driving me absolutely out of my mind, because I was getting all these messages and no one to share them with. And he said, go for it. This is you. This is the person I fell in love with, and people need you. So, I stuck my power fingers up to my ex and proved, who can't do readings, who can't work from home. And the advantage of me working from home is I can spend time with my partner as well. And I can work in my garden and do all the things that I wanted to do. That in realism, not all sighted people can do that. So it has advantages. And I'm so glad your mum came through. So definitely crystals is going to help with the healing for you and your sister. Release is your second card. And it's saying work with Archangel Michael to let go of anything that no longer serves you or your purpose. Alright? You love to heal, you love to help people. You love, you won't turn anybody away that needs your help. But sometimes that has drained the heck out of your own energy, because you give to everybody else, and Franny gets left to the last. Right, so Franny's putting everybody else first, but poor Fran is always getting left to the last. And not just that, if somebody comes to you with a problem or a trouble and they go away, it doesn't go away for you, because you keep thinking about it. Oh, that poor woman, or that poor man, I hope he's okay. I hope the advice that I gave him was the right advice. Or, if you're helping somebody that's sick, well, I hope that they get better soon, that kind of thing. They go away, but you're left with worrying about them. Thank you for the roses, everyone. So, this is letting you know, yes, it's great to be a healer. Yes, it's great to work with crystals. It's great to help people. And not to say no will make you feel better, but at the same time it's draining your energy, right? So it's knowing the ones that do genuinely need your help, and knowing the ones that are only wanting to drain your energy, right? A lot of people see healers like yourself, and it's like, how much healing can I get? And I often see it on some of my lives as well. I see people coming in and saying, I need your help. I need some healing. I need healing. And when I send them Reiki healing, what they don't realize is Reiki healers send Reiki healing. But we can sense what's wrong with that person. And 9 out of 10 times, I'll send Reiki to somebody that is in desperate need of Reiki, only to find that there was actually nothing wrong with them. Their chakras were pretty much clear. They were just wanting to sense that healing. But my argument on that one was, somebody that desperately needed healing could have had her place, or could have had that person's place. So it's kind of working out, who do I help? who desperately needs my help, but then who can wait? Who's just using my energy because they know that I'm a healer, because they know I can't say no. Because healers will always come across people that don't need any healing. They may not even need readings, but if they're getting free advice and they're getting free healing, they're going to take it and they're just going to drain the hell out of it. So it's a case of just, and this is what the release is, sometimes we have to work out who needs the help and who do I need to let go of, or who do I need to keep a distance from just for a little while. Prioritize the ones that do need the help and disregard the other ones that don't need the help quite so urgently, because the ones that genuinely don't need the help so urgently, you can bet if you're not giving them that help, they're going to look for somebody else to get their freebies from, right? I did online marketing not so long ago, and this lady was saying, do you do samples? Because I'd like to try that face cream, and I sent her samples. And then it was like, oh, do you do samples of your green tea? Because I'd like to taste your green tea, so I'd sent her green tea. She never ordered a single thing. And I was talking to one of my colleagues that was in the same business, and she was saying, oh, I've had that lady. I gave her the green tea samples the other day. I gave her skincare samples, and I gave her this sample. She's been going around everybody getting free samples, right? And when we're talking about free samples in the green tea, you know, they weren't samples, they were full-size green tea or full-size glow skincare type products. So you were giving her a stick. She was going around 10 to 15 people. She was getting 15 sticks of green tea, absolutely free. And then, of course, because we communicated, we realised that this is what she was doing. So the next person that asked for she asked for a freebie for, said, "Sorry, I'm not giving samples away today." But and we give, all of ourselves to help others. But we forget there are people out there that are just out there just for the taking. And if they can get away with getting freebies by asking for samples, and then going to another rep and asking for samples, and another rep and asking for samples, they're going to get their whole kit absolutely free. I don't feel like poor Franny. Definitely not. You're definitely anything but poor Franny. You are rich beyond belief with your healing abilities, etc. Right? And you can do so much. But it's a case of don't overdo it. If that makes sense. And knowing who to help and who to sort of say, well, I'll help you, but I need to do this person first, etc. Releasing what no longer serves your purpose. So going on to your third and final card, Heal Away Addictions. And a lot of people, when I throw this card, they're like, I'm not addicted to nothing. But addictions could be so many things. It could be chemicals. So the card itself, it's time to let go of behaviors that are blocking you from your heart's desire. Ask Archangel Raphael, the healing angel, to help you with this healing. So we could get addicted to anything. Doesn't need to be like drugs, it doesn't need to be like tobacco or alcohol or anything like that. Addictions could come in so many forms, right? We could be addicted to chocolate, right? And chocolate's lovely. It's got chocolate, and it tastes lovely and whatever else. But too much of a good thing, too much sugar or whatever else can cause health issues. We might have OCD. We might be one of these people that were addicted to cleaning, right? I've met so many ladies in the past who they have to make sure that they're cleaning the house from top to bottom every single day. And they're not happy until their whole house is smelling of bleach or disinfectant. And if somebody comes in and walks on their kitchen floor that they've just mopped, they'll wait till the person goes out the kitchen door and they'll do the whole thing again. So addictions come in different forms, and it can also be addicted to, the chemicals that we use in our shampoos. We might think, well, my hair is lovely with this shampoo, but it might have parabens and sulfates, which are not quite so healthy for the hair. So clearing away any addictions that could potentially have any effect on our health, building your immune system, working with your crystals, will help with all of that and so much more, but also making sure you're not doing too much. And you're spending your natural gifts helping those that really, really need it, rather than wasting those precious natural healing gifts on people that would just, they know that you're a healer and they will take full advantage of that. The person that you're involved with. So I'm assuming that the person that you're involved with takes up uses up all of your energy. They may be negative. You may be the positive one, and they may be the negative one. Or there may be some sort of clash. It's like yin and yang. Maybe you're yin and he's yang. Yeah. And in the end, it's your call. I put up with my ex for 30 years because he always promised to change. Whenever he thought I was going to walk out the door, he changed. But I watched. And he changed for 2 to 3 months and went straight back to being the narcissist, bit by bit, slowly by slowly. And then when that didn't work, every time I went to leave him, he would threaten suicide. Take a knife out of the kitchen door and say, if you walk out that door, I'm going to kill myself. To an empath, that is, you get guilty then. But in the end, what you realize is he didn't serve my purpose, right? He was a negative. His need was to control, not to love, but to control. And he controlled me while he was having an affair with somebody else. So it took me 30 years to realize all of this. And I thought I deserved more. I deserve better. And I deserve somebody that respects me and has time for me and more importantly, understands you as well. And if the chemistry isn't there, if he can't understand Fran and who Fran is, and it causes friction or it causes tension, and that tension is ongoing, then hard decisions have to be made. You have to do what's right for Fran. Nobody can say stay, nobody can say leave. that has to be ultimately your choice. But what the card is saying, you need to release what no longer serves your purpose. And you need to, it may be that it's just, an addiction. It's a habit. He's became a habit. But you need to release that habit, and you need to think of Fran. Does he fit into your world? For example, my new partner, well, I'm saying new, we've been together 8.5 years. We're so much alike, it's absolutely unbelievable. I can tell what he's feeling, but so can he tell what I'm feeling. He knows that I'm a healer and a witch, and he knows I'm a reader, and I need to be doing this to help people, and he gets that, and he gives up his own time with me and able to do that. Whereas my partner, my ex, didn't do that. Everything was him. And I had to sacrifice my readings. I had to sacrifice not doing healings. I had to sacrifice not seeing my family for 30 years. Because he always made an excuse for me not to see them. So definitely give it some thought, right? See how things go, right? But if you have to make that decision to cut ties and leave, then do what's right for Fran. Not what's right for him, but do what's right for you. Because I feel Spirit are sort of guiding you to what you should do, but they can't tell you what to do or make you do anything against your will. But they can show you and tell you that, you need to make choices here. And you need to release what no longer serves your purpose. Not his purpose, but your purpose. Because when you do that, better things come along. So when you change your mindset a little bit, Fran, and you say, okay, does he get me? Does he put me above everything else? Or is everything about him? Because it's almost like, I'm being told, it's almost like you're serving him, right? But he's not serving you. It's a one-way street. You're doing everything that you can for him, but he's not giving back in return. My partner will give me my time to do my readings, to do my healings, and I make sure that I give my time equally and spend time with him as well. And if that means me doing daily schedules rather than weekly schedules, so that I can see what he's doing in his day first, so that if we want to do something together, we'll do it together. And that is a two-way relationship. But if a relationship is only one way, then you have to make that ultimately hard decision to say, no, Fran comes first. Enough's enough. If you can't put me first, and you can't put me on that pedestal, and you can't make me your number one and respect me, then it's not going to work. It never will. So Fran, I hope that reading made sense for you, honey, and I'm so glad you got that reading. And my inbox is always open for any one of you to ask advice, or just if you want somebody to talk to. What I like about having my little subscriber groups is that we are all one family. We all support each other, and I love that. If there's definitely a huge distance, honey, you needn't to think of Fran. Alright? There should never be a huge distance in any relationship, and if there is a distance, you know, you need to be strong in this one and say, enough's enough. I need my freedom. I need to be free to spread my wings and fly high. But I can't fly high when you're pulling my feathers out so that I'm unable to fly. So this is your turn to fly high. Because one thing I will tell you, and one thing I've learned in life, is we are all worthy of being loved. We are all worthy of finding a partner that puts us up on our pedestal. There is nobody, in the relationship that I have with my wonderful partner now, nobody comes below or above him. He's my number one. But also, I'm his number one. And the thing is, we tell each other that every day. You know, every day I will say to him, I'm so blessed to have you in my life, because if he didn't come along when he did, I probably wouldn't be here today. And he's so helpful as far as helping me with things. And I wouldn't change him for the world. But if you've not got a partner like that, and as you said, there's a huge distance, put Franny first. You must come first every single time. So I hope that helps, honey. I'm so delighted you got that reading, because I feel you needed to. Your mum is sending you so much love. So much love. I just think that is a beautiful, beautiful reading. And I'm so glad that you came to this event to get that reading. Okay, let's see. So we've got Demi next. So we've got Demi, we've got Live, Laugh, Love, and we've got Retta. And then if Casey or Steph wants anything, that they can have their readings as well. But thank you, Franny, for letting me do that reading for you. Demi, what cards would you like? You can have any three in any order. So you can have unicorns or whatever. All angels, or do you want a mix? Thank you for the likes, Franny. Okay, go with your gut. I always say go with your gut. If the angel cards are calling you, then go with the angels all the time. All the time. Okay, let's give these a good old mix. Is Lucy still with us, or did Lucy disappear? Lucy under the table? I don't know if Lucy's still with us. Oops. I know Casey's joined. Casey's still with us. Is Janae still with us? And Steph, who's still here? All right, Lucy's maybe went off then. I know she's not been feeling well, and I know she couldn't stay for too long tonight because she's got that interview tomorrow for the job. So I'm sending her positive vibes for that job interview, although she doesn't need it. She's got it. Yay, Janae's still here. What about Steph? Is Steph still here? Our lovely Steph, and I know Casey's here. And I know Franny's here. Yay, she is. Live, laugh, love. Are you still here too? Who's all here? Who's fell asleep? Who's not fell asleep? Love it. All right, let's give these a good old shuffle and see what 3 cards come out. Okay. So we have your 3 cards, which is past, present and future. It's also December, January, February, and it's also a little bit about your personality as well. Yay! I love those subscriber emojis. They're great, aren't they? The little starry things. Earth Angel. Do you know, I love it that we have subscribers that are all Earth Angels, spiritual, right? And that's why we all seem to get on really, really well. And this is calling you out as an Earth Angel. You are a light worker who has come to Earth to teach about love. So again, this is telling me you are empathic. You can pick up on people's emotions. You can tell if somebody has good intentions or somebody has bad intentions. You can also walk into a room and know that there is somebody in that room that has negative energy. And when that happens, you can't stay in that environment. You have to always make excuses to leave, etc. Large crowds might be a no-no for you. It's almost like you get claustrophobic. You are very empathic to people's needs. You can tell if somebody is ill or somebody is sick, and you want to make them better. You are passionate about Mother Earth because all Earth Angels are. And it's like you want to live as natural life as possible, but sometimes don't know where to start. Or maybe oftentimes you may feel different from everybody else. But ultimately you're not different from everybody else, you're just unique. Right? It's not you that don't fit in with everybody else, it's the world that doesn't fit in with light workers. Because they don't understand us. Most people on Earth are still asleep. They've not awakened. Whereas light workers are tuned in to the higher vibration. Thank you for the like, Steph. So the Earth Angel is reminding you, you're more powerful than you may think. But also be aware too that when you are a light worker, people will see your light, especially the dark force people, the ones that don't walk in the light. And they feel threatened by the light, and they will do whatever it takes to snuff that light out, even if it means hurting you emotionally with words or their thoughts or even their actions at worst point. And I just feel that in the past, because this also talks a little bit about your past, people saw the good in you and took advantage of your good heart. Yep, and that's exactly what this is saying. They saw the good in you, and sadly, we do attract the narcissistic people, right? Because the narcissistic people, especially my ex, was the biggest narcissist you could find on this planet. He was an abuser, but he was also a child abuser, which is the worst narcissistic person that you can get. And he's very clever at what he did. And he's very clever at getting away with it as well. But sadly, being a lot of people think it's an easy life being an earth angel or a spiritual person, or an indigo child, or like myself, a starseed. It's not. Because you know that the narcissists, the abusers, are coming for you, right? Because it's part of an abuser's makeup, if you were, or DNA, that anything that shines brighter than them, they need to destroy it. They need to snuff out that light. They need to take away their power. And a lot of narcissistic people, or a lot of control freaks or abusers, what they see is that person has light, that person has power. I could use that power and rule the world, right? This is what is in the narcissistic's head. I can take away her power. I can bring her down to ground level, and I can break her, and I will have that power and she will have none. They're very jealous of Earth Angels' power, healing power, empathic power, their psychic abilities, and they will try everything in the book to diminish that light. And this card is saying, stand in your light, avoid the narcissists, avoid the negative people, use your intuition to read them, even if you have to look at their eyes, eye-to-eye contact. Earth Angels are very, very good at looking into somebody's eyes and seeing right through to their very soul. And they know just by looking at somebody's eyes if that person's good or that person's bad. And if that person is not for their highest good, we will, we must always preserve our light. We need to, in order to help others. So, Fran is a light worker, but her light is being smothered by her partner, bit by bit. That's why there's a huge distance between them. And again, why did he choose Fran? Because of her light, right? And it's the same with you. Light workers must always, forever and a day, be on our guard for people that are energy drainers. We are healers of Mother Earth, but we are healers of animals and humankind as well. And we cannot afford for negative people or narcissists or controllers, abusers, etc., to take that energy from us, because we need that. We desperately need to hold on to that. So we must learn to keep our distance from them, or release them, let them go. And it's hard to let a narcissist or an abuser go. But believe you me, I'm fortunate I did leave my narcissistic ex behind. And it took me 30 years to do it. But I'm with the right person. I got the right person through doing that. And one thing it did teach me is I'm more observant. I'm more able to read people. And I can tell a negative person a mile off. And if they come to me for help, I'll say, sorry, I'm busy. Or I'm fully booked. Or whatever, I will always find a way to remove them. Because there's one thing we must do is protect our own energy. no matter what it takes. And if that means cutting ties, and if that means cutting cords with people that mean us harm, then that's exactly what we do. So yeah, definitely. So that card is warning you to be protective of your gifts. You've got so many gifts. If you get nervous about where you should be or what you should be doing, focus on service, right? A lot of light workers, because we feel out of place in this world, we often question ourselves. All right, I'm different from everybody else. Why am I here? You know, and we might get nervous about it sometimes. We might get worried about it, and it's like, well, why am I here? I don't know what my life purpose is. So this card is saying, put your entire intention in answering this question. How can I make the world a better place? And the law of attraction will automatically take care of your needs. So sometimes if we're unsure, what is my path? Why am I here? What is my purpose? We all have a purpose from the day we were born. Sometimes that purpose isn't clear. So what is my purpose? How can I, and you know, even if you write this down, how can you make the world a better place? What can you do to make the world a better place? One, you can steer clear of negative people. 2, you can help the sick or the wounded. You can help those that are grieving. You can use your experience with narcissistic relationships in the past and use that knowledge to help other people that are going through abuse. Who better than to help somebody going through abuse or narcissistic behavior than somebody that's already been there and done it? Use the knowledge that you have gained, that others have not yet gained, to help others to escape abuse, to help others to escape narcissistic behaviors. If that makes sense. So definitely think about how you can use your beautiful spiritual gifts not to help the narcissists and the control freaks in the world, right? Or the abusers. You need to ditch them. And you need to say, right, who can I help? Who needs my help? And who can I help? Where does my skills lie? Well, I already know what it's like to be with a narcissistic person. I already know what it's like to be abused. I already know what it's like, for example, maybe to lose your children or your grandchildren. And I can help other women and men that are going through just that are still going through that abuse, or that are finding it really, really tough to leave go or to let go of a narcissistic relationship. I can help them to get free from that. So asking yourself, because the universe will guide you where you need to be, simply say, how can I be of service? How can I make the world a better place? How can I use the gifts that I've got? How can I be myself but make the world a better place? And then put that plan into action. So take in the lessons from the past into the present. And then your last card is the third eye chakra. And again, the third eye is the all-seeing eye. It's safe for you to see the energy of love in all its forms, such as angels, auras, and visions. Again, this goes hand in hand with your first card. Tap into the gifts that you already have and haven't yet used, i.e. your third eye, cleansing your auras, practice practice looking at auras, practice doing healing, maybe going into further healing such as Reiki, healing, acupuncture, all of that. Whatever calls you. For me, I was already a natural spiritual healer, but I wanted to develop that into something more powerful. So I did my Reiki 1, 2 and Masters, and I'm now a Master Teacher. Because I knew my path was reading for others, channeling messages from Spirit in order to help people like yourself through my readings, but also to heal. And that's all part of the light worker's path. And it's just finding out what your strengths are and where you can utilize that strength. Definitely. So you're more powerful than you believe. So it's, you're on the right path. And chances are, finding me on TikTok was no accident. A lot of people that find me on TikTok, it's like they're looking on ways, and most of them are, they've either gone through abuse, they're either light workers, they're either traditional witches, some might not even know that they are, but they always seem to find a way to me when they are stuck as to where they should be going, what direction they should be going to. When I was very young, my great-grandmother, who's always been my guide, told me I was going to teach, and I was going to heal, and I was going to read for people. And I said, and where am I supposed to find my students? Who is going to come to a blind woman to get teaching? And I found it really, really difficult at a young age to realize, to understand why my great-grandmother was saying you're destined to be a healer and a reader. And I thought, how can I be a healer, a reader, and a teacher when I don't fit into society? Society doesn't fit in with me. Yes, I can read and I can heal, but when am I going to find the students? And the first thing she said was, you don't have to go out and find the students. The students will find the teacher when the time is right. And throughout all of my life, I found that to be true. So, your clients, the people will come to you that are seeking a healer, that are seeking an earth angel to help them. So the sick will come to you. The people that have gone through narcissistic, troubled relationships will come to you. You won't even need to lift a finger. You won't even need to go and search for them. They will find you. And this is where your service will lie, is in helping others, because you've already been through that. Look at the things that you've been through in life. How can you help others through those experiences not to go through what you went through? By healing them, by showing them a different way. So value your gifts is the message in this card, and use them wisely, but at the same time don't allow anybody to take advantage of them. So I hope that helps. And I'm so glad you got that reading. Isn't it amazing how many of us have got spiritual gifts? And yet we've all come together. Demi, you're more than welcome. Okay, live, laugh and love. And then it's Retta. So live, laugh, love. What cards would you like, my love? Demi, you're more than welcome. I'm so glad I was able to give you those cards. Do we still have Live, Laugh and Love with us? Ah, right, okay. She's maybe went away. Do you know what? I'm going to put a note. Let me see. Of the ones that had to go. Who did we have? Right, Lucy got a reading, didn't she? And Jess got a reading. Did Janae get her reading? Did we do Janae? Let me have a look. I don't think we did Janae, did we? No, we didn't. Yeah, we were going to leave you till you and Casey and Steph to the last. Right. Okay, do we still have Retta? Right, so we've got, let me put the ones that we've got. I'm going to do hello, Betty Joe. Okay, I'm going to do, is Retta still here? That's right, the mods were going to go last. Is Retta still in the room, Janae? Hello, Betty Joe. Lovely to see you. Right. I'm going to put love, laugh. No, live, love, laugh. And I'm going to put 3 next to her name because if she comes into tomorrow night's free readings, I'll give her 3 cards because she didn't get one on this one. I'll do the same with Retta. So Retta will get her 3 cards. And we've just got, that's what we're just working out who we've got missing. Janae. Betty Joe has just come in. So Betty Joe, we're going to grab Betty Joe now that she's just come in the door. Everyone's been getting a 3-card reading, and I'm keeping my channel open as well, so if any messages come through for channeled messages, they get that as well. The 3 cards that I've got with me tonight are the Unicorn, Old Faithfuls and Angels. So you get a choice of 3 cards. You can pick any 3 cards. You can have all angels, all unicorns, all Old Faithfuls. You can have 1 of each. You can have 2 angels, whatever you want. But we have 3 cards. You can pick any 3 cards. So we're going to do Betty Joe, and then we're going to go on to Janae, Steph, and Casey. I think the ones that we've got in just now, apart from myself, Betty Jo, then we're going to do Janae, Steph, and Casey. So, Betty Jo, are you still here? Is Betty Jo still here? Yes. What cards would you like, Betty Jo? You've got 3 cards, my love. You can choose any combination. We've got angel cards, Old Faithful, we've got unicorn cards. Any 3 you like. Three angels. Let's do the angels. Let's do the angels. Retta and Liv, Love, Laugh, I've put on my list, top of the list for my free readings tomorrow. I'll give them their 3 cards tomorrow if they come on to the free card readings, unless they come back into the room, of course. All right. That's a good thing about having just the subscribers, is because the groups are smaller. We can take extra time to do extra readings, but sometimes that also means that people kind of slip off because they've got other things to do, and that's absolutely fine. But that doesn't mean to say that they have to miss out, because I will just add them on to the free readings tomorrow. Instead of getting their 2 cards, they'll get their 3 cards. Okay, let's shuffle these angel cards. We've had some beautiful messages, Betty Jo. They have been amazing. And your free gifts all packed, ready to go. So I'm going to the post office on Friday, and everything's getting posted because I've got Lucy's healing jewellery to send. I've got yours to send as well. So there's a package coming your way, girl, on Friday. Alrighty. Busy post on Friday. We've been like inundated with different strike days. Our mail service is terrible just now in the UK. They've chosen the worst time of the year to go on strike. Okay, so your 3 cards that you've got, and the 3 cards, the first card represents the past, second the present and the future, but it can also be a 3-month read, i.e. the first card December, second card January, and the third card February. The first card also has a little bit of information on yourself as well. So the first card is Manifest Power. Your second card is Clear Yourself. And the third card you've got is Have You Asked Your Angels for Help with This? So we're going to go through them one by one. So manifestation power. Use your spiritual gifts and natural abilities to attract your desired outcome. Often when manifestation power card comes into things, it tells us that we have natural abilities. Could be healing. It could be that we are very empathic. It could be that we are nature's helpers, that we love to help people. But at the same time, because we are empathic, because we have that special inner power, we also radiate a bright light that power-hungry people can see, such as people that come to us with mega problems and troubles, people that like to put you down, or people that like to hurt with words, thoughts, or even in actions. And as an empath, I feel that we get hurt the easiest, if that makes sense. Right? We take on everybody's feelings. If somebody is upset, we feel upset. If somebody is angry, we feel that anger. And sometimes we could be in a room full of lots of people, and we go into that room happy as you like. And for some reason, and we don't know, we get angry or we get irritated, or it's like, I need to get out of here. You don't know, you might not know why, you just have that fight or flight feeling, and it's like, I need to get out of here. And the reason for that is one of your gifts may be that you're very empathic. And although there's many people in the room, there's a mix of people. You'll have good energy people, you'll have negative energy people, and then you'll have the abusers and the narcissists in amongst all of that. And chances are you're picking up on the negative ones, not the positive ones, because the negative ones are feeding in on your, or homing in on your light energy. Whereas the light energy ones in that room already see you as a light worker and are not threatened by you in the slightest. But yet darker energy will be threatened by your aura, by your light. And we have to protect that at all costs. So we have to be aware of all of our senses. Know when it is safe to stay around somebody, but also know when it's safe to walk away from somebody or tell somebody, no, sorry, I can't help you today because my schedule is full. Yeah. And it also means too that crowds are the worst case scenario for you, right? If you go into a town or a city and there's not a lot of people, you're fine. Or i.e. going into a shop and there's not a lot of people, you're absolutely fine. But heaven forbid you walk into a busy shopping mall and it's wall-to-wall people. That's when you're most at your anxious. And it's like, where's the exit? I'll come back tomorrow. I'll do my shopping tomorrow. Or there's massive queues and you're standing in the queue, and the longer you stand in the queue, the more your anxiety is building. And that is because of you're picking up everybody's energies around you. And it's not like you can just dump your basket or your trolley full of messages and just run out the door, right? So you have to really stand there and just grit your teeth and think, oh, hurry up, and you're urging the queue to go down so that you can just get out and just be home. Nature is your, being alone, walking around a park, woods, the beach, your own space is where you're at your most happiest and safest, or smaller groups of people. But when we are around people that are negative, it drains our energies, and we feel tired, we get frustrated, we get angry, sometimes we get upset as well. Yeah, that's me as well. I can't be cooped in too long. I've got to like go out in the garden. I've got to go walking. I've got to, when I'm outdoors, I love it. But sometimes if I'm cooped in somewhere, I don't mind so much in my own home because you make your home a space or a haven where, if the weather's bad or whatever else, or too dangerous to go out, you stay in. But you make it your peaceful haven. But going into another building or somebody else's home, you might not feel that security, you might not feel that at peace, etc. And shopping is a nightmare. I hate shopping, absolutely hate shopping. Even sitting on a bus, I can feel people's energies, and I'm like, I need to get off this bus. Sometimes I put headphones on and listen to music and just shut myself away, which is another way of dealing with those situations. So the manifestation power is saying use your spiritual gifts and natural abilities to attract your desired outcome. So for example, you're more than capable of being able to envision a ball of light when you are in a situation where you are surrounded by negative people. You have the visual imagination, which I call spiritual vision, to be able to say, okay, I'm in a room, it feels uncomfortable, or I'm in a shop that feels uncomfortable, so I'm just going to get in my little glass bowl. Get in my crystal, I call mine my crystal ball. My crystal ball is on, and while I'm in that crystal ball, nothing can attach itself to me. And when I get out of the shop or I get out of that environment, my crystal ball gets tucked away back in my pocket or wherever I want to put it. So use your spiritual gifts for your protection. Carry crystals, or even wear crystals. I've always got some sort of crystals on. I've got my chakra one on today, but I'm always wearing crystals. Protective crystals as well. Protective amulets. I never go anywhere. My pentagram is always on me at all times, even when I'm sleeping. My pentagram never leaves me. So it's about protecting your space, protecting your aura, and making sure that you are protecting your gifts. That means cutting out negative people, staying away from them, and only surrounding yourself with like-minded people. If that makes sense. I love the garden. Farm animals, oh my gosh, my gran used to live on a farm, and a lot of my childhood memories are farm animals, and she grew all her vegetables and stuff. She had a massive fruit and veg garden, and she grew oranges. She had orange trees, she had apple trees, peas in the pod. She would do carrots, potatoes, turnips, all of that, and she used to make homemade soup, and we loved it when her pea pods were ripe for picking, because we would just pick a basket full of them, and then anything left over we got to actually split the pods and eat the peas raw from the pod. There's nothing like it. It is, definitely. So going, that's kind of, in your past, I feel that others have drained your energy. And the message of that is going from the past into the future to avoid all of this, to avoid any negativity, to avoid anyone that's going to try and steal or dim your light, and surround yourself only with other light workers, and help those that are in need of help, but not the ones that say they need help, but they're just there to drain the energy. Going into the present, towards the future, you've got clear yourself. So this card is saying, ask the angels to release any toxic energies that you may have absorbed. Right, so when negative people come into our lives, even from the past, if we hold on to the hurt that they've caused us, we are absorbing their toxic energy, and we're carrying that toxic energy into our present and into our future. We need to release that. So one way of doing that is, first and foremost, obviously, cut ties with the person. Secondly, write down everything that they did to hurt you in the past and burn it, to clear all of that negativity away from you and away from your aura. And every time a bad memory from that past comes into your mind, do the same. Write it down, clear it, burn it, clear it. It's an ongoing process, but it's something that we need to do. We need to clear ourselves of any attachments from the past or even in the present. So it's ongoing. It's not just something that you can do and then it's gone. Whenever we've been affected by somebody's negativity, it stays with us. It stays with our aura, and we need to release it. And one way of releasing that is daily cleansing. I always love to get my sage out and do a daily smudge. Just wafting the sage smoke around me clears my aura, but also getting rid of any negative thoughts, any negative memories from the past. That is part and parcel of every day clearing yourself. Because every day you're going to meet somebody that's negative. Every day you're going to meet somebody that is out to sort of drain your energy. So this has to be an everyday thing. Everyday clearing. Clearing of your aura, clearing of your chakras. So working with crystals, working with, cleansing incense, all of that. Working with your protective crystal ball light shield, just to clear away everything. Because there's still a lot of healing to be done from the past as well as in the present with you right now. And that's exactly what the cards are saying. It's something that you're taking from the past. You are healing from the past, but you're still healing even into the present, and you're still going to be healing into the future, because your future card is saying, have you asked your angels for help with this? Right? Remember, we don't need to just rely on our tools at hand, i.e., I can clear my chakras with Reiki. I can clear the energies away with crystals. But at the same time, I can also ask my guides and my angels to send some healing as well. So that and you can also ask Mother Earth to heal you by doing a sky and earth grounding every day. I do a sky and earth grounding when I get up in the morning, and I do it last thing at night. Sky and earth grounding in the morning means I'm clearing my chakras, ready to face the day. I'm keeping my channels open, and I'm keeping my senses alert. And I've got my crystal ball, imaginary globe in my pocket, ready just to come out when I use it and when I need it. And then at the end of the day, I want to get rid of everything toxic that I've met within that day. For example, today I've been up to town with my partner. We've had lunch together. When you're in a restaurant and you're having lunch, there is mega people. So all of their energies can get attached to you, and we need to make sure that at the end of the day we're clearing those energies away from us as well. So I met a lot of people in life that were just collecting all of this debris around them every day, but not cleansing themselves from it. And so I showed them a sky and earth grounding meditation, which is now on my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel, and they found it a massive help. If they did it first thing in the morning and last thing at night every day, they were prepared for the day. But at the end of the day, it was like having a spiritual shower. They just went into this deep sky and earth grounding meditation, which just washed over them. And when we go into that meditation, we're doing exactly this. We are asking our angels and our Mother Earth and the universe and Spirit to help us in our cleansing, to help us in our grounding. The card's message: your angels want to help you with this situation. However, they require your permission before they can intervene with your free will choices. And that's so true. This is why they say, have you actually taken time to ask the angels and Mother Earth and our spirit guides for help with this situation? Because they know you need help to heal from the past and also to do that healing that you're already currently doing into everyday life. They're willing and able to help you to do that, but they can't take away your free will either. There's a lot of people that know that they need healing, but they don't want it. Because they've been in this dark place for so long, it's more comfortable and more safe in their minds to stay where they are, because that's what they know, that's all they know. And to go and asking somebody to go from the dark into the light is the scariest thing ever. And sometimes they don't want to do it. And angels and spirit guides cannot force them to do it. So they need your permission to do that. So if you're doing this, for example, if you're doing a sky and earth meditation, before you start the meditation, I always say, I ask my spirit guides, my angels, and I ask Mother Earth to help me to clear my aura, to help me to clear my chakras, and to help release any negative energies that have attached themselves to me during the day. I've now gave them permission so that they can heal and they can help with that healing journey. And a lot of people don't realize we have to ask. And that's how it does. You know, the angels sometimes put thoughts into our words into our mind, because they know that you need to have that help. And it's like they're sitting there tapping on the table, just waiting. When is Betty Jo going to ask for help? When is she going to ask us to help to release it? We want to release all that debris from her, but she's not asking. Guess what? We'll put some thoughts into her head that we need to say, I need your help with this. And then before you know it, it just spurts out the mouth. Right? And as soon as it spurts out the mouth, they've got the permission that they were actually wanting in the first place. And when they've got that permission in the first place, that's when the healing starts. So I hope that helps. And I hope it lets you see why that happened. But isn't it funny that, you know, when we most are at our lowest, that's when things come into our minds, and that's when, without even thinking, we just come out and say it. Right? And that's because if we think it, we say it. Spirit are great at working with our thoughts. Our loved ones, even our loved ones in spirit. You know, you can literally hear your thoughts, and they can tell you exactly what you need to do, and before you know it, you're spurting it out. Oh, thank you so much for the likes, everyone. So I do hope that reading has helped. And I'm so glad you got that reading. Yay, do we have Retta back in the room? I know Retta was having problems with her signal. Is Retta back? Yay, Retta's back. Retta, what cards would you like? You're up next. We weren't sure whether you were coming back, but I've kept you on the list just in case you came back. Thank you for the butterflies, Betty Jo, and I'm so glad you got that reading. Betty Jo, do you know a Margaret in spirit? I'm getting the name Margaret just came out. Somebody is shouting it's Margaret. So I don't know if I don't know if this is for Betty Jo or whether this is for Retta, but somebody has shouted out Margaret. Okay, I'm so glad you can take this, Margaret, because Margaret is saying she couldn't let you end the reading without saying hi. I don't know whether you've been thinking about Margaret recently, but this Margaret is saying I feel that you've had Margaret on your mind recently, and she's here to say, I've heard it. I've heard your request, or I've heard you thinking about me, and she wanted to come in and give you some love. Oh, bless. Well, she wanted to come in and give you and your family love. And she's saying, can you please give her love and her blessings and huge hugs to the family on her behalf. Because she so appreciates being remembered is what she's saying, and she's so glad she's not forgotten. So she couldn't let you end your reading without her coming in and saying, tell her it's Margaret, it's Margaret. So she's coming through and she's giving you so much love. So Retta, what cards would you like? You can choose any 3 cards. We've got Magic Unicorns, Angel, and we've also got the Old Faithful. Is your mum in spirit also then, Betty Jo? Because if your mum's in spirit, she'll definitely be with your mum. Okay, 3 angels. Let's do the 3 angels. I'm also getting Uncle Sam for somebody. Somebody's Uncle Sam. Don't know why that came through, but somebody's shouting Uncle Sam. My goodness, they're all coming through tonight. So has anyone got an Uncle Sam in spirit? Retta, you're more than welcome. This is the beauty of being one of the subscribers. You do get into these exclusive subscriber-only events, which I absolutely love. Okay, let's shuffle these. cards for Retta. Betty Jo, are you? I can't remember if I asked you during the lives. Are you on Facebook? Did you join the Facebook group? I'm just making sure that all my subscribers that are on Facebook are in the Facebook group. We've had so many new subscribers, so I'm just making sure that everybody that is on Facebook is in the subscriber group. Oh, fantastic. I'm glad you're in it. Now, I'm hoping this is the first closed subscriber event I've done. So I'm hoping at the end of it, TikTok still allows me to download it so that I can put it onto the Mystic Witch YouTube channel, but it'll also be going on the subscribers Facebook group. The Mystic Witch YouTube channel I'm now going to devote only for these private sessions. And that's for the ones that are not on my Facebook group so that they can still see these videos. So I'm hoping at the end of this, just like my other live ones that I share into the group, that this will also let me download it and save it. Fingers crossed. You couldn't find the Facebook group. If you go on to my profile page on TikTok, where all my videos are, click on my website and then scroll left to the second page, and then look for the VIP subscribers group link, Facebook subscribers group link. If you click on that, it takes you straight to the group. That's the easiest way of getting that group link. Another way of doing it is if you look up the Mystic Witch Facebook page. It's not a group, it's a page. And then you go to that page and you click on the groups. It's got the VIP subscribers group on there as well, so you can just click on that. But it's also on my website. If you have difficulty finding it, send me a message on TikTok. We'll get you sorted. We will get you sorted. Okie dokie. Let's see what these 3 angel cards are today. Alrighty. So Retta, you have got, your first card is ear chakra. Your second card is past life issue. And your third card is Archangel Michael. Alright, so we're going to go through the cards one at a time. Your first card can represent your past, then your present, then your future for your third card. It can also regard the next 3 months. So the ear chakra one, which is your first one, would be December, January and February. But that's just a rough guide. Alright, you're in the group already. If you're in the group, that's absolutely fine. What you do is just go to your groups on Facebook and it'll be there. Okay. I thought I recognized the Betty Joe in the group, but I'll double check anyway after this live, just to make sure you're all sorted. I'm also going to put the YouTube link in the subscribers group for the Mystic Witch YouTube channel, because that'll have all of these videos, hopefully. I'm just keeping fingers and toes crossed that these videos can get downloaded just like I download the free readings, etc. I don't see why not, because the comments only videos, they do get shared. I can download them. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we can share this on the Mystic Witch and the subscribers group for the ones that didn't manage to join in this event. Okay, ear chakra is your first one. So one of your spiritual gifts that you have is the ability to hear. Sometimes we can hear through thoughts, but it's also music, paying attention to music. Start, having a playlist with all your favourite songs and then shuffling it. See what songs come through. Do those songs connect to somebody that you love in spirit? I.e., maybe a song comes on and it's your mother's favourite, or was your mother's or your grand's or your auntie's favourite song. Which also then can tell you, oh right, my gran or my mom or my auntie must be near because they've brought that song out of our 200 playlist. That song came out. Why did that song come out? Because your mum's with you, or your auntie's with you, or your grand's with you. So using music playlists, spirit love to tamper with playlists. They love to pick and choose the songs. Also, listen to songs' lyrics. Sometimes it might not be somebody's favourite song that comes on a playlist, but the lyrics might mean a message. For example, you could be just doing your own thing and a song comes on like, I just called to say I love you. And you might think, oh, why did that come on? And why did that stop me in my tracks? And why did that particular lyrics come on? And you might say, right, okay, who's trying to tell me that they love me? And then you can go from there. So one of your biggest strengths is your ear chakra. So it's important to make sure that you're aligning and clearing your chakra, maybe through meditation, etc. Notice messages that appear as sounds or music or words from both external sources and within your mind. These messages are real answers to your prayers. Sometimes if we're going through problems and troubles in life and we don't know the answers can suddenly appear in our mind. And we think, where did that come from? And we might be struggling with something and not getting the solution, and then all of a sudden we call it that light bulb moment comes on. How did that happen? Because spirit and loved ones see you struggle and think, right, we'll give her the answer. So sometimes, our thoughts can help us with situations. It's almost like, even though our thoughts are silent, it's almost like we can hear our thoughts. Even though it's within our mind, we still hear our thoughts. Right? A lot of people say, what's many ways that you can connect with spirit? Your thoughts. If your thoughts are changing to something that you know that's not your thoughts, chances are it's a message from spirit. So for example, I could be reading a book, and all of a sudden in my thought, you have to phone your brother. Get up and phone your brother. Where did that thought come from? Why was I reading a book 1 minute and suddenly I'm thinking I need to phone my brother? Where did that come from? It's not a natural thought when you're reading a book. So how did my brother come into this book? He didn't come into the book, but Spirit said you need to phone your brother. And chances are when I phone my brother, he's struggling with something. So when you are tuned into your ear chakra, listen to your thoughts, any words that you hear or lyrics from music, also bird songs, nature, the rhythm of nature. I think we spoke about that in yesterday's readings. You know, if you listen to the rhythm of a bird song, you can get words. They are, definitely. Yep. And your intuition can work with sound. Right? So your intuition is, it can also work with your third eye as well. Your intuition might stop you in your tracks. You might get this stop. You might get this sudden urge when you're walking and you have to stop and you have to look around. Right? Or you might just be walking and you suddenly have an urge to turn around. Where do you get that urge from? It's intuition. Your intuition saying you better stop and let this person go past. Because you know this person's in a hurry, and if you don't stop, he's just going to wade right past you, and chances are you're going to fall. So the message in this one is lots of missed messages in the past, because maybe you weren't aware of the sounds, maybe you weren't aware or attuned to your intuition, your ear chakra more importantly, or your thoughts. But paying attention now to music, to sounds out with and in your mind is going to help you when you are struggling with problems and troubles. Yeah, music is, music is the soul's, music is attuned to our soul. Music can, if we're feeling down, and we can cheer ourselves up with music. If we're stressed out, we can put some relaxing music and it will instinctively calm us down. Music is the power to our souls. So, we can utilize that. We can use that. I play many instruments, keyboards, harps, meditation drums. I also do sound bowls, and I use it to do meditations, or just to chill, or I'll play a playlist with all my mum's favourite songs on it, or my family's favourite songs on it. I have a family's favourites, and I just randomly let it shuffle and see who comes up. And if it's my dad's songs, then I know my dad's around. And if it's my uncle's, I know my uncle's around. So we can tap into sounds around us, birdsong, music, even our thoughts, especially when we're struggling or we're having problems. We can ask for help in our minds, for example, and get the message through our hearing or through our mind from Spirit to answer that. Going from the past into the present, past life issue. This situation has a basis in one of your previous lifetimes. Ask angels to help you to remember, release and learn and heal from your past experience. You may be getting a lot of deja vu. Places, you may have been in places that you've never been before, but yet you know that place very, very well. How can that be? You might meet somebody and speak to somebody, and you get that deja vu that you've met this person before in the very same place, the very same moment, and you've said the very same words, and you get those little hairs on the back of your neck standing up. Deja vu is past life teachings or past life lessons that we haven't learned in the past life. And when we don't learn the lessons in that lifetime, they put us back on earth, and we meet the same person, albeit that person's slightly different, but we can recognize that soul. We have soul memories. They'll put us right back into the same position. For example, and an example of that would be maybe in the past life we married the wrong person and we lived a life of hell, right? And then you get reborn again and you meet that same person. They may look different, but eye-to-eye contact tells you that it's the same person, and that person proposes to you, and you get that deja vu feeling, and you're thinking, why have I heard this before? Why have I seen this before? And what it's telling you is, don't marry him. You did that mistake, and you made that mistake in the past, and if you make that same mistake in this lifetime, you've not learned your lesson again, and chances are in your next lifetime you're going to meet that person until you actually say, no thank you, you're not the one for me. So I always say, if you get a deja vu moment, ask your angels, what does that deja vu moment mean? Where did I go wrong in that moment? What did I say that I shouldn't have said? What did I do that I shouldn't have done? And they will give you the answers. Rather, because they don't want you to go into another lifetime after this lifetime and repeat the lessons of that past life again. They want you to get it this time round. In each lifetime that we live, we have lessons to learn. If we learn those lessons, we don't need to learn them again in a next lifetime. But if we don't learn that lesson, and we don't know the lesson until we've made the boo-boo, right? But when we come back again, we get that lesson, that same lesson given to us. Is called deja vu. That's what deja vu is. Deja vu is stopping you in your tracks and saying, take notice. Be careful before you speak, think, or act in this moment in time, because you were here before. You know you've been here before because you've just had that deja vu. Where have I done this? Where have I said this before? And if you can't relate to what you should be saying, what you should be doing, ask your angels in your own mind. Okay, you've shown me this. What's my next move? Let me know what I did, or even show me what I did in the last lifetime, so that I can know what to say in this situation. And they will always help you. It will come into your thoughts. This is what you've got to do, and this is what you've got to say. They will help you heal from that past life. They will help you heal from that past life issue, right? Because they don't want you coming back and reliving that past life. And a lot of people dismiss deja vu. They kind of think about it and they think, I don't know why, I've been here before, but I obviously have. Oh well, never mind. And then they're not focused and they make the same mistake. And then, sure as fate, the next lifetime they're going to repeat that same mistake. You're more than welcome. Archangel Michael then comes into your future. If you're not already, it's a good idea to be working very closely with his powerful archangel, because he's protecting you and guiding you through the situation. So Archangel Michael is the very angel that you're going to call on when you have those moments of deja vu, or when you have any problems or difficulties. Right? I call him the angel of problems and troubles, because if people are hurting you, or people are annoying you, or you're going through a hard time, Call on Archangel Michael. He's going to give you guidance on how to resolve those issues, how to resolve those problems. And a lot of people have got Archangel Michael on side, but they just don't know it. And like any other angel or any other spiritual being, they can't help us unless we ask them. And Archangel Michael is definitely wanting to help you with these situations. Hello, welcome back, Casey. So I hope these 3 cards have meaning for you. And maybe you've learned a little bit more about why you've been getting a lot of deja vu. I love deja vu because it brings me to a past life and I'm thinking, right, okay, that's where I went wrong. Let's fix it so that I don't have to come back here again in the previous life, in the next life. Oh, bless. You know, there is nothing worse than losing a daughter. But you know, you never lost her, sweetheart. Right? You never ever lost her. She's there. She's always there with you. A mother and her child's bond never dies. It lives on. She's still connected to you through spirit and through heart. Love is a spiritual energy that never dies. Love is the highest energy that we can accelerate to. And when you're working at love and you understand that we never truly die, we just move on to the next stage of our life, which is the spirit realms. Your daughter loves you so much. You're her mom. Right? And a love for a mother never dies. And a mother's love for the daughter never dies. But your daughter, I can tell you, is with you every single day. And she'll always be your daughter. Honey, your daughter says there is no need to say goodbye because it never ever was goodbye. It never was goodbye. She says, how can you say goodbye to somebody that is by your side every single day? And you know, the fact that you've just said that and never got to say goodbye, she said, yes, you did. You've just said it. She's heard you, but she's saying it's not goodbye. She says, please tell Mum it's not goodbye. It never was goodbye. It's just till we meet again. But in the meantime, your daughter's with you. And she's sending you love. She says, tell Mum I love her. Tell Mum I'm okay. And tell Mum it's not goodbye. It never was goodbye. And stop feeling guilty for not being able to say goodbye because you just did. And she just heard. She's saying, I have to say thank you for keeping everything the same. Does that make sense? I don't know if you kept her room the same or whether you kept her things in the same place, but she's saying, please say to Mum, thank you for keeping things in the same place. She says, Mum won't let anyone touch my stuff. She says she gets really, really touchy when somebody touches my stuff. When somebody touches the things that belong to me, Mum gets, don't touch that, don't touch that. She knows you're keeping her memory alive and she loves that. And this is why she wanted to get the message across. Please tell Mum, it's not goodbye. It never was goodbye. And she's saying, tell Mum I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just saying till we meet again. I'm just saying I'm right by your side till we meet again. I'm just saying. Do you have one of her dolls from when she was a child? She's showing me a doll. Why is she showing me a doll? It's like she's saying, my turn to be your comfort doll. Did she have a comfort doll when she was young? A doll that if she was upset, she went to this doll. Because she's saying when she was younger, she had a favourite doll. There was a favourite doll when she was younger. And if she was upset, she would just hug that doll. And she says that doll brought her comfort. If she was sad or whatever, she would play with her dolls or whatever and feel happy because she was playing. She's saying she's taking you back to when she was just a little girl. And she's showing me a Pacific doll. And she says she loved that doll. She had lots of dolls. She had lots of toys, but she says she loved this particular doll. And she said she wants you to know that she wants to be your comfort doll. Alright, so she says, choose any of her items that you've kept the same. Whether it's a teddy, whether it's a piece of clothing, whatever, whether it's a jacket, whatever it is, one of the favourite items that you have of her that you're keeping. And she says, whenever you need to give her a hug, whenever you need to hug your daughter, give it a hug. Because she's giving you hugs all the time. But she says the nearest thing that she can give you to a hug is every time you think of your daughter, choose an item that you feel connects you to your daughter and give it a hug. Just hold it and she'll be hugging you right back. So she says that there will be an item out of all the things that you've kept that belong to her. There's a special item that is one of your favourites. She says every time you need a hug, give that a hug and she's going to hug you right back. And she says no need to say goodbye because it never was goodbye. It's only till we meet again. You're more than welcome. I'm just so glad that she got that message through. Obviously, this is the thing. This is the power of our thoughts. When we are getting a reading and we're thinking about somebody, you may be thinking about somebody, they come through. So you are obviously saying, you obviously said, I miss my daughter. The minute you said that, poof, she was there because she's never left your side. So she's like, well, I can't tell Mum because Mum's not listening. Mum can't hear me. But I can tell Lady Moonlight to pass on the message. And that's exactly what she's saying. And she's saying please never ever feel that you missed a chance to say goodbye. You never missed a chance to say goodbye because it was never goodbye in the first place. Oh, bless. Well, she's not gone, honey. She's right by your side all the time. And she knows how much you love her. She knows how much you miss her. But she says, tell Mum I'm right there. She says, please tell Mum I'm right there. And she's wanting you to close your eyes. And she wants you to hold your hand out like so, with the palm facing up. And she says, tell Mum, close her eyes. Ask Mum to close her eyes and hold her left hand out. And tell us what you feel. With closed eyes, focus on your outstretched hand. What is it that you feel? Don't rush it, just take deep breaths. Hold out your left hand with closed eyes and tell me what you feel. Thank you for the likes, Jenny. Your daughter is saying she's holding your hand as we speak. And she's wanting you to focus on your left hand. I don't know if Retta's still with us or whether our internet's cut off. Does it show me who's in the room? Oh, we've got 3 people here. Wait a minute. Oh, bless. Yep, and that's what she wanted you to, she said she needs you to focus more on your left hand. Every time, what she's saying is, every time you hold your left hand out and ask her to hold your hand, pay attention. You might get heat, you might get cold, or you might get tingles through your hand. Either one of those is a sign that she is holding your hand. She just wanted to prove today, darling, that she's with you. And it never was goodbye, because she's right by your side. She says, I walk on your left hand side. This is why she asked you to hold your left hand out, because she walks with you, but she's always on your left hand side. And she's always watching over you. Yep, pressure's the same thing. Yep, sometimes you can feel as if somebody's actually just clasps your hand or just pressed down on your hand. It's like when you're in bed sometimes and you can feel somebody sitting on the end of your bed and you wake up and you look up and there's nobody there. But you still feel the pressure of that person sitting on the bed. It's the same when they hold your hand. Or sometimes they can tap you on the shoulder so you can feel like somebody's hand on your shoulder and you turn around and there's nobody there. They can still connect with us. They can still connect with our aura. So that was her gift and message for you tonight, sweetheart. She's with you, and anytime you want her to hold your hand, she will. And anytime you need a hug, just pick a favorite item, give it a hug, she'll hug you right back. And she says, can you tell Mum I love her back? But tell her I love her millions. Not just a little bit. And I haven't seen anybody doing this for years, but she's saying, tell Mum I love her this much. And she's got her hands way out to the sides. I don't know if that's something that she ever did, but she's saying, tell Mum I love her this much. Well, she says whenever you need her, she'll be there. Well, she says it hasn't changed. She says, I just love you this much. And she says, whenever you need her, she's there. Just talk to her. Even if you can't hear her replies, she wants you to know that she's always there. I'm so glad she came through for you, sweetheart, because you needed to hear that. You're more than welcome. Yeah, she did, and she still does. And she says, you know what? She'll always be your baby. She'll always be your little girl. Doesn't matter how long she's been away, she'll always did. And you're more than welcome. Jenny, who have you got left in the room? Thank you for the likes. I've got a funny feeling it could just be me, you, and Janae that's in the room. Let me see, I've got I've got 3 people here. Let me have a look. Right, I've got myself, I've got Jenny and Retta. I don't know if Janae's still with us though, whether she's busy doing something. But I've got everybody that I did miss that I haven't been able to get. I don't know if Steph's still here. Steph may be away as well. So we did Betty Jo's managed to get her reading. All right. Well, shall we do your reading then, Janae? And then we'll just, unless anybody else comes in, we'll just call the event a night after your reading? Or do you want your reading tomorrow during the live? Depends on how tired you are. I can do Steph and Casey's tomorrow during the free readings live. Wasn't it just a beautiful reading? Do you want to pick 3 cards then, Janae? So if we do Janae's, and then tomorrow it's going to be Live, Laugh, Love. And Steph and Casey. What 3 cards would you like, Janae? Any 3, my love. I'm so glad you were able to come back in and get that reading, Retta. This is what I love about the subscription on TikTok. We can have these private subscriber-only events, and it's a smaller group, but it's such... You know, we're all one family, and I love that. Oh, you're more than welcome. Janae, would you like 3 cards, my love? Retta, I love music. Music's, you know, that's one thing me and my partner absolutely share, is music. Unicorn, Angel, and Old Faithful. Yeah, we've always got music playing in the house, whether it's on Alexa, whether it's on Spotify or the TV, or whether I'm playing music or even singing music. Music's always on. 3 of the Old Faithful. You've got it. Let's do the Old Faithful. I think it's great that we can have these private sessions. It's so much more, I mean, the live readings are peaceful, but they get really, really hectically busy. So when we've just got the subscribers in here, it is amazing. Talking of subscribers, Jenny, I'll have to go into the subscriber group. We've got some of the old subscribers that joined beginning of... We've got one subscriber that joined the Facebook one in October, and she never re-gifted. I can't remember which one it was, but I'm going to have to go through the subscribers and the ones that are not, apart from the mods, the ones that are not TikTok subscribers, I'm going to have to take them out of the groups, because it's not fair on the ones that subscribe. So Has anyone got an advent calendar to open tomorrow? I'm a big kid at heart. I just bought I bought one of these Lindell advent calendars for me and my partner. I thought, well, do you know what? I don't get to see my grandkids anymore, so I can't give them a calendar. So me and my partner have got an advent calendars to open tomorrow, and it's the little Lindell bunny ones. So I'm so excited. I'm a big kid. It is, isn't it? It's lovely just having this quiet. Okay, so your 3 cards going into the past, the present and the future. 2 of Wands is your first card. Then you have the 9 of Cups, which I call a wishing card. And then going into the future, you've got the 2 of Swords as well. So the past card as well as the December card is all about building foundations as far as your work goes, right? Staying focused on your work, right? When you put your mind to something, you are focused. You're building the structures in work. You know where you want to go. You know how far you want to go up the ladder as far as work goes, i.e. promotion, etc. So the 2 of Swords says, you know, one step at a time. You've already started on a good footing. You've set the foundations. You're going to stay focused. And you're going to succeed. Whatever it is that you want as far as jobs and career, whether it's promotion, whether it's a new placement, whether it's, a course or anything like that. It is, isn't it? You know what? Adults forget to get themselves advent calendars, but do you know what? Shops are so full of things like Lindell, Milk Tray, calendars. Sorry, but Milk Tray, Lindell, well, they're not kiddie calendars. They're for the big ones. So, ladies, go shopping. Grab yourself an adult advent calendar. You get a chocolate every day of the month, right up till Christmas. There is a little kid inside all of us, and we should let it out. But yeah, so I think this card is saying, you know where you want to go as far as work goes, and you don't mind putting in the work. Sometimes you do over and above the call of duty. Sometimes you take on too much work, i.e. you do a lot of overtime. If there's overtime or there's extra time that you can put into that to earn a little extra as well, especially with Christmas time, right? Every little helps. But when you put your mind to something, whether it's hobbies, whether it's work, whether it's a project, you stay focused. Yeah, advent calendars when we were kids, and I seen them in the shop. In fact, we've had ours for about a week. I seen them last week. And, I thought, you know what? I'm 57. No, yeah, I'm 57, almost 58. I had to think what age I was then. That's when you know you're getting old, when you have to think, how old am I? But I'm 57, and I thought, do you know what? Bugger it. I'm getting a calendar. And I'm getting one for my partner as well. So I'm going to take a photo and put it on Facebook. I might even put it on TikTok, but I thought, yeah, I need to get these calendars. I love the Lindell bunnies because they've got the little bells on them, which is bells I call them. So at Easter time, I always buy myself a Lindell bundle, one of these bundles on my bunnies. And my partner sometimes gets me one. So when I seen the Lindell bunny, Advent calendar. I thought, I need that. I need to get that. Spur of the moment thing, but I came home with 2 Advent calendars. That's it. We're all going to Janae's. Janae's eating chocolate. See, after this live, Janae, if there's a knock on the door, it's me. Janae's got chocolate, Retta. Let's go. I'll bring the hot chocolate to go with it and some marshmallows. How's that? You supply the chocolate, we'll bring the hot chocolate and the marshmallows. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So definitely stay focused on your work, but don't overdo it. All right? It's all right to take on a little bit of overtime because you want to do, you enjoy your work to the point that overtime isn't such a big chore. Does that make sense? It's like, well, if you could think of anything that you are blessed to have is a job that you maybe enjoy doing, and when you enjoy doing something, it doesn't seem like work. So if somebody says, can you do an extra shift or can you do a few extra hours, you automatically say, yeah, no problem. So for the December one, it's yes, take on extra if you need to, but don't overdo it and don't take on too much. Going on to from December into January, 9 of Cups, right? You're going to have a great beginning to the new year, right? Anything from the past you're going to keep in the past. Don't bring it into the new year. So towards the end of December, before you make your resolutions, on the 31st, or Hogmanay as we call it, write down all the things that you do not want to bring into January 2024. And then burn it, get rid of it. And go into 24 with positive affirmations and positive mindset. Tell yourself, this year I am not allowing any negativity to be a part of my life. Any negativity is gone. Negative thoughts, cancel, clear, delete them. Negative people, cut them out of my life. From 2024, I'm going to be concentrating on me, my family, making sure that we're happy and that nothing negative is going to interfere with that. Yay! So you're ending the year with that all paid off. And this is where the happy emotions are coming in, right? You've worked at that as well as, you've worked that extra money has cleared your debts for the end of this year. That leaves you emotionally feeling happy when we get rid of our bills or when we get rid of our debts, to go into a brand new year debt-free or money worries-free. That's the best feeling ever, right? And that was probably one of your wishes, which number 9 is a wish card. So you've just paid everything off. That's your wish card for going into December and also going into that new year. It is hard when it's family, but do you know what? When you see the world as family, do we get on well with everybody in the world? We don't. We get on well with some people, and some people we don't. But at the same time, we like some people and they don't like us. or they love us, but we get that, no, I don't want to be in your order because you're not for me. That's family worldwide, right? We're all, at the end of the day, the way to look at it, when I get people saying it's hard when it's family, well, look at the world as a whole. Doesn't matter what our skin colour is, we're all family. We all, cut ourselves, we bleed red blood. Doesn't matter what colour we are on the outside, we bleed red blood. And somewhere along the line, we're all connected. Right? We are human beings, but we are spiritual beings as well. And when this lifetime is over, we all return to spirit. We are all connected. We are all one family. But we don't always get on. And we cut some people loose out of our lives. And when you get that concept, when you actually understand that whole concept, that we as a human race are all one family, even animal race, we are all connected, we are all one family. Doesn't mean to say we have to love each other or get on with each other. And it's okay to cut some of our family loose. So what is the difference then between cutting a stranger that belongs to a family, a worldwide family, and somebody that's actually blood family? Some of my best female friends, including all of you here, are far better than my blood sisters. And that's what I mean, right? We are all connected. Some people we will get on well with and we will keep in our little circle. Other people we will keep an arm's length. And family doesn't matter. Family is the same, right? They're no better off, or they're no better or worse than you. So treat treat them as they treat you, right? If they're treating you with disrespect or with negativity, cut them loose. They don't have to be there. You don't have to put up with that. You can say, no, if you're coming into my space, my home, being abusive or being disrespectful, the door is that way. And you're not doing anything wrong. You're just protecting your space. That's because they want you to feel guilty, right? Anybody that is being disrespectful or being hurtful to you, right? They know that you won't cut ties with them because you've got a good heart. And they might try and make you feel guilty. Oh yeah, turn your mum away, or oh, turn your brother away, turn your sister away, oh yeah. And they might twist it. Do you know what? My sister is the best one at twisting stories. Right? She can cause trouble in an empty room, that one. Right? And she's told people in the past, I did this or I said that. And I then wonder why some of my relatives or some of my friends are falling out with me, and I will approach them and I'll say, right, okay, what is it that I've done wrong? Oh, you said this and you said that. No, I didn't. But your sister said, yeah, my sister said. I didn't say, my sister said. But did you once think about coming and asking me whether it was true or not? No, you didn't. So even family, never feel guilty about cutting family off if they are disrespecting you. Because they certainly don't feel guilty about hurting you. And, family will hurt the ones that they love the best because they know they can get away with it. But that's not technically true either. They can only get away with it if we allow them to. And you should never allow anyone, family or otherwise, to hurt or disrespect you. Yeah, and sometimes they do need help, but we can't be responsible for that. They need to need the help. And if they don't want to get the help, with all the goodwill and intentions in the world, there's nothing you can do to help them. They have to want the help. You know, it's like an alcoholic, for an example, right? The alcoholic knows that he's an alcoholic. He knows he's got a drinking problem. But if somebody comes and says, you've got a drinking problem, you need to go to A&A, Alcoholics Anonymous, the first thing they're going to say is, I don't have a drinking problem. I don't need to go to A&A. And the reason they say that is because they don't want help at that particular time in their life for all the goodwill. So they are in denial. You know, my sister was a binge drinker. And she came to me for a reading once, and I said, you need to cut out on the drink. I'm teetotal, don't touch a drop. But yet when you go on her Facebook, she's out binge drinking with her friends. And then I just remember, no, I don't drink. That's not right, I don't drink. But here she is, large as life, on Facebook, drinking, binge drinking with her friends. So even family, yes, you know, yes, they may have problems, and it may be problems that you can't help them with, but that doesn't make it any less right. Sometimes we just have to say, do you know what, I can't help. I want to help, but if you're not going to accept that help, there's no more I can do. And come back when you're ready for help, or suggest that they go and get that help. And if they don't take that suggestion, there's no more you can do. You've done your best. Yeah. Do you know, it's exactly that, right? We can make up all the excuses for our family being negative to us. Or they don't mean to, they just need help. Yes, they just need help. You know, but does that mean that you can take all the crap from them? No. Certainly doesn't. And sometimes the best way to get them to get help is sometimes we have to be cruel to be kind. And we have to turn around and say to them, I'm not putting up with your disrespect. You need help. Whether you realize it or not, you need help. I'm not the one that can help you. You need help more than what I can give. And come back when you've got that help. But if you're not going to accept help and you're not going to get the help, I need to step away, because I have me and I have my partner and I have my family to think about. Sometimes you walking out on them, rather than you taking all the crap from them, may just be the awakening that they need. Yeah, and your twin sister has to find her breaking point. She has to have her rude awakening. And she will. At some point she will. You know, because especially if it's to do with any type of addiction, etc., right? Because that addiction's eventually going to cause havoc on the health. And she'll have no option but to just have to make an awful decision. I either quit this addiction or the addiction quits me, i.e. she could, worst case scenario, addictions can kill. My sister used to visit me, and she used to be yellow. She was jaundiced because she was poisoning her system with alcohol. But you couldn't tell her she was doing that because it was self-denial. And it's the same reason why some alcoholics also say, you know, to their partners sometimes, I'm not drinking, but they hide the bottles. I had a lady, and she told me that there's a lady across the road from her, and her husband was ready for leaving her because she was an alcoholic. And she managed to save her marriage by proving to him that, yeah, you can search the house, I don't drink. But yet my friend says if you walk along the road, in every hedge there was a wine bottle. So every time she had a sneaky drink of wine or whatever alcohol she was drinking, she would go out for a walk and she would just randomly stick a wine bottle in any hedge that she could find. Right? That was her way of saying, well, there's no drink in the house, so I don't have a problem. Doesn't matter that somebody's going to be cutting their hedge and finding a wine bottle in it somewhere, but it's the same thing. Yeah, and with all the goodwill and intentions and best intentions in the world, you can't help them. They need to help themselves first and foremost. And if and it's harsh to say, but if they don't want that help, they're on a course of self-destruct. And there's nothing you can say or there's nothing that you can do that is going to change that. There's only one person that can change that, and that's them. And if they're not willing to change that, sometimes you have to put your own mental health first, honey. You have to say, listen, I need to cut ties. I need to cut this loose because you're doing my head in. You won't, I'm asking you to go for help. And especially when you've been there and done it, right? You know, say to her, this is where I was. I got out. If you're not prepared to get yourself out and you're not prepared to admit that you've got a problem, I'm done. I'm absolutely done. And your partner's right, you need to be strong on this one. Sometimes we need to be cruel to be kind. And sometimes we just have to shut that door. And tell yourself, I'm shutting the door for her own good. And yes, you do feel slightly guilty. We're only human, we have feelings, right? And we still have ties with that family member. But imagine the feeling that you will have shutting that door and then finding out there's a knock on your door maybe months later and your twin sister had decided that she was changing and she was getting the help and she came back. Would you feel guilty then? No, of course you wouldn't. Right? And it's the same thing. You need to allow them to want the help. And if they don't want the help, there's not much you can do about that. Which then brings you on to your future card, which is the Two of Swords, conflict. Problems and troubles and conflict. And the conflict is between yourself and your intuition and your emotions, right? You want to help your family, you want to help them to get the help, and you can't help them. No matter what you do, you can't help them. And the more that you keep that tie, the more you're going to hurt yourself in the end. That conflict is never going to go away. And it's going to have a detrimental effect on your own mental and emotional well-being. When I first left my ex, my daughter wanted to keep in touch with me, but it was constant blackmail. My ex kept on constantly phoning me or texting me, telling me that he was worried about me. He had a drink problem as well. And it got to the stage where it was causing tension between myself and my partner, and I had to make the ties. I had to cut the ties. And then because I was helping my grandkids with the abuse, etc. Suddenly they changed the goalpost, and my ex and his family wanted my phone number and address before I could go and see my children or go and see my grandkids, and I refused to give them it because I had cut those ties years ago. I blocked them from my number. I got a brand new phone number, etc., etc. And the blackmail came. Well, if you don't give us your number or you don't give us address, you don't see your grandkids. And at first, it was the hardest decision of my life to walk away from the grandkids. But what was the alternative? The alternative was walk away from the grandkids, who will find me when they're older, because I told them, I see the future. I told my grandkids, your parents are going to stop you from seeing me. And if they do, when you're 18, you come back and see me. The door is always open. And they got it. They understood that. But they didn't tell their parents that. So when the time came and I knew it was coming and the blackmail came, and I said, do your worst. And yeah, I don't see my grandkids, but you know what? They didn't get the control that they wanted. Right? And this is the thing. Yes, I lost my grandkids out of it, but sometimes we have to make sacrifices. And at first I felt guilty. Or my grandkids will think I don't love them. Or they'll, I know that they're telling the kids that they don't love them. But what they didn't realise is my grandkids know my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel. So every time I get a chance, when I'm doing readings and I'm helping somebody with abuse, I will always say, well, I lost my grandkids, but they know I love them. My grandkids watch my readings on YouTube all the time. So they know when they're watching my readings, there you go, Gran misses us, she still loves us. And that is going to bring them back. Where there's a will, there's a way. And sometimes we have to make the hardest sacrifices and the hardest choices in able to help. And this is what your cards are saying. You need to get rid of this conflict, this thing that is eating away at you. And you need to get rid of the guilt that goes attached to that. It's not you that should be feeling guilty. It's them that should be feeling guilty for putting you through the hell that they are putting you through. So set boundaries, especially leading into the new year. Even give them an ultimatum and say, you either get the help by the end of this year or I'm done. I'm cutting the ties because I need to put me and my partner and my family first and come back when you've got the help. And then go into the new year. Don't ever feel guilty about it, because if they truly love you, they will get the help. But if their addiction is so strong that they put the drink before yourself, you've nothing to feel guilty about. He definitely will. And that's the thing, at the end of the day, he'll lose his kids and I'll gain my grandkids back. Karma. And at the end of the day, when you cut ties with the ones that are causing you your mental health, which is what this card is saying, you don't want this to be going into, because your 3 cards are also represented of the 3 months, December, January, February. Do you really want to be carrying on all of their mental, because it is mental abuse and it is a kind of blackmail as well. They're not themselves when they are caught up in this addiction, right? So really, they're not the family that they would, they're not themselves, they're not their normal selves, is the message of this card. And unless they want to get back to who they truly are and get away from the addictions, etc., and prove that they've got the help, and if you keep allowing them to disrespect you, you're going to carry this on into the new year and into the spring. You don't want that. So give them an ultimatum right here in December, going into the new year. You'll feel a lot happier about it going into the new year because you'll be less stressed, right? It's do or die for them then. They're on their own. They either help themselves or they destruct themselves. Ultimately, that's their choice. There's nothing you can do either way. And you and your partner will have a lot easier life. And your partner's right. You need to let them go without feeling guilty. And when you do that, you're going to avoid the conflict going on into the new year, right through to January, February. Start the new year as you mean to go on. You've already cleared your feet of any of the bills that you had that was worrying you because you've worked your way hard. It's now time to clear all the negativity out of your life. Family or not, still time to let go. And don't ever, ever feel guilty, all right? Because you've tried. You've tried your best and they are still using you as a punch bag. And you deserve better than that. You've got to put your health, your mental health and well-being, and your partner's health and well-being. And you've got to think of number one. Always think of number one. And then leave them to them. Just say, let them know, if you don't change by the end of this year, I'm starting 2024 without you. And come back when you've got the help. You're giving them that ultimatum. You're basically saying, it's up to you. I can't help you anymore. You've got to help yourself. And only if and when you get that help, my door will be reopened to you. The rest of the decision is up to them then, and you don't have anything to feel guilty about. Oh, you're more than welcome. Okay, who have we got left? Is it just me, you and Retta left? I think it is. So I'm back tomorrow doing free readings. So I'm going to do Steph, Live, Love, Laugh, or Live, Laugh, Love. I always get them mixed up. Live, Laugh, Love, Steph and Casey. If they're on the live tomorrow night, I'll do their cards. But I don't know about anybody else, but I feel that was a really, really positive first subscriber session. It was lovely just having that small group. I might even make a nice hot chocolate and see if I can persuade my partner to open up his advent calendar. I'll take photos first. Or we might leave them for breakfast, but nah. Well, technically we're on the 1st of December here in the UK, aren't we? So, yeah. Okay. So Janae, thank you so much for staying all the way through. Absolutely love you, girl. And Retta, if you're still here, thank you for joining us as well. And just on the off chance that this does save, I'm hoping it saves so that we can share it in the group. I'm sure it will. Thank you to Casey, Lucy, who else did we have? Steph, Live, Laugh, Love. We also had Betty Jo, Retta, and Lucy. Don't forget Lucy. Thank you all for making this event such a huge success. I absolutely adore you all, and I'll be back tomorrow. I'm thinking about starting a little bit earlier tomorrow. I'll maybe do a 8:30 live reading rather than a 9. Especially with it being the free readings, we'll do a 8:30 one, I think, tomorrow. I'm going to grab a hot cocoa with opening our calendar, and I'm going to go into the subscriber group and I'll sort all that out. I've got a list of all the TikTok subscribers anyway, so they're fine. I just need to, and the mods are fine. I just need to remove the other, including Anne-Marie. Although Anne-Marie didn't get in, did she? Because she was the funny one that was using her, was it her son's Facebook or something? So she didn't get in anyway. But I think Celia's in there. I think I need to remove Celia, and there's somebody else in there as well. I'll have a look. I'll double check it. So I'm going to go off. Janae, love you. And I will see you all tomorrow for live readings tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Have a great Wednesday.